Mayor Du Bois, we're now live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of February 22nd. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
We're not hearing you. I'm here.
Councilmember Philseth.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
I am here, Beth. Sorry.
I saw you. Thank you.
Apologize.
Great. We can hear you now. So our first order today is special order. We're going to have a presentation by the Palo Alto Community Fund. This is our second monthly presentation by nonprofit. Palo Alto Community Fund, as I'm sure we'll hear, has been around for 40 years. Lisa Van Dusen became their executive director, I guess, last August. And many of us know Lisa. She's been involved in a variety of civic activities for Palo Alto, including Leadership Palo Alto, the Arts Center, Cable Co-op, and many more. So Lisa, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Du Bois, for that introduction and for inviting us to come tonight and talk about the Palo Alto Community Fund. Thank you, council members. Thank you, city staff, and anyone and everyone else assembled. So it is especially meaningful to be here tonight to talk about the Community Fund, because I know how much this is basically what we all have in common, is caring about about our community, both just Palo Alto and our surrounding area. So as Mayor Du Bois said, I'm Lisa Van Dusen. I'm the new executive director of the Palo Alto Community Fund, having joined last summer. And while I'm new to the Palo Alto Community Fund, I am not new to Palo Alto. I've lived and worked here for the last 35 years plus, and actually met my husband here. Part of our courtship was in the very council chambers back in the Cable Co-op days, and then we raised our two sons here. So it's really a big honor to be in this role now. My work has always centered around community building, mirroring the resources of the community with the needs, the local needs. And so when Bruce G, who's with us tonight here, came by our door, he's the president of the board of the Palo Alto Community Fund, and shared the news early last spring that they were looking for a new executive director. It really seemed like the perfect next step. I knew the Community Fund. We'd been donors for decades, and now it is my privilege and honor to lead the organization and to help take it with our really remarkable board and broader Community Fund team to the next level, building on a very strong foundation built over 40 years. So in fact, the Community Fund, also known as PACF, was founded in the late 70s by a group of community members who wanted very simply to support local nonprofits. And some confuse us with the Palo Alto Weekly Holiday Fund. I actually was at the weekly when that was taken over by the Times Tribune, but they're distinct entities. Our mission is really very simple. We are the only organization solely dedicated to connecting local donors with the nonprofits serving Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, and Menlo Park. So what's as important about what we do is how we do it. The Community Fund has a very strong, engaged board and a committed advisory board. In fact, we have two former mayors on our board and a wide range of distinguished and committed community leaders. We vet organizations to make grants to, so our donors don't have to. And we are essentially a one-stop shop for local nonprofits. And we identify the needs, we highlight those, and then we make it easy for people to help. So we really have the pulse on our local nonprofits. And as you know, there are many, literally hundreds. And we are constantly listening and learning. The landscape is changing all the time, and we're listening and learning for solutions and needs and how those can come together. For example, our entire board and I have had conversations with 130 nonprofit leaders just in the last month alone as part of our grant making process. So we know what's going on the ground. Building on 40 years of nonprofit relationships, we can be nimble. And whether it's being the first to respond to an emergency like COVID-19 or supporting the full spectrum of local nonprofit services, or whether it's being a strategic partner as we look ahead, PACF is poised to help meet the needs of our community as they unfold. And I happen to believe, and I know the council has made addressing climate change and meeting our 80 by 30 goals one of the key priorities. I sense that COVID is in a way a dress rehearsal for what's coming ahead with climate change. So we believe that collectively we can make a bigger difference together than any one of us could alone. Our donations range from $10 to more than $100,000, and every single one of those matters. And when you put them all together, it can make a really huge difference, especially over time. And for many years, we've gone along with about 400 donors and making grants of about $400,000 a year. And like many organizations, we've experienced a significant inflection point during COVID. So the increase in local needs, I don't need to tell you about that, is dramatic. And we sprang into action. And I was not there then. I looked to Bruce and others on the board who really sort of looked at the situation and said, we're going to look back and wish we'd done something. And fast forward, the community fund launched the COVID-19 relief fund, and our community responded. You can be truly proud. The past year, we've received hundreds and hundreds of donations totaling nearly $2 million to meet the profound needs right here of our most vulnerable neighbors. And that's what our community is capable of, and much more. Again, it's not just the dollars, but what's behind those dollars that is so meaningful. The generosity and the very powerful desire of people in our community to help one another and to take care of each other and to ensure that we are a strong community. That's what's significant here. So going from 400,000 to 2 million has meant a lot of things. It's meant that things were possible, supporting more than 500 families with basic needs, including those families and individuals living in the RVs along El Camino. We've all walked by, we've all driven by many, many times. Those are our neighbors. We've made it possible for 2,000 hours or more of counseling service to be provided. We all know that mental health is at there's a crisis going on. And we've made it possible for more than 175 rents to be paid and more than 8,000 meals and thousands of dollars of groceries to be given and counting. Plus vital services and support to the organizations that provide all the services that are like childcare and remote learning possibilities that have been so under duress during this time. The list is long, and you can find more detail on our website. This past New Year's Eve, I received a call from a mother in Palo Alto named Maria. Maria has 4 children. Her children very may well go to school with yours in the Palo Alto Unified School District. And she was calling because she was in disbelief that she'd actually received a gift card from us late in the year for support, for whatever she needed. And full of emotion, she expressed not just how valuable and important that was to meet these needs at a time of such challenge, but also she was so touched that our community was standing by her and her family at this time. These are our neighbors. So not only are we making a direct impact on people like Maria and her family, but we are also making a real difference in the lives of our leaders of nonprofit organizations. And just 10 days ago, we received an unsolicited email from one of those leaders, Heather, who leads something called Live in Peace. It's a nonprofit based in East Palo Alto that provides rent relief and again has arranged for remote learning and whatever the community has needed. And I wanted to share this message. I wanted to express overwhelming gratitude for your support during some of the darkest times. All money is good money in a season like this. But the way you all gave, stopped by, felt much deeper than just support for the community. It felt like personal support. It felt like a partnership. It is something I can't really describe, but was desperately needed. I wanted to let you know and thank you. And that came months after the support. I think she was just reflecting on that. And I'm so grateful to our nonprofit leaders who are truly frontline workers and heroes, like Heather, and our board who works so tirelessly, our community who has come forth again and again, and all of you for the support you've already given. And I'm pleased to say that Mayor Du Bois has stepped forward to be our first city council liaison, and we're thrilled with that, Mayor Du Bois, and that show of support. We also know that there are people with profound needs still, and this is a marathon, an ultra marathon, really not a sprint. So it's up to all of us to bridge the gap. I highly doubt that anyone beyond our borders is sitting there saying, well, let's send some money to Palo Alto. It's on us, plain and simple. We want everyone to know about the Palo Alto Community Fund. We want to be a household name, and we want to be on everyone's giving list. Many hands make light work. So we hope that everyone will donate what they can and help us spread the word, which you're doing tonight, and we're grateful for that opportunity. We want to be in front of your neighbors and friends. You are the super spreaders of our community. We hope you and others will use us as a resource. We're here to connect everyone together. We are nothing without the donors and the nonprofit organizations and the community members, all the essential ingredients of a true community fund with a capital C. So let's partner, and the challenges that we face before us are really only solvable when we all work together. We know that we can only thrive as a community when we all thrive individually. So thank you so much. We're honored to be your second nonprofit to present to you tonight, and thank you again.
Thank you, Lisa. Right on time as well. Really appreciate that. So thank you for that update and that overview. Our next nonprofit is going to be in mid-March. It's going to be Palo Alto Players. And just a reminder to council to get your ideas in. We're booked up through August. So starting in August, we have some others. But thank you again, Lisa and Bruce.
Thank you very much. Do we sign off here? Is that?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, we're going to move into item number 2, which is a closed session. Let's see if there are any members of the public that want to speak to this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the closed session, please raise your hand or dial *6. Mayor Du Bois, at this time, we have one speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg.
Great, let's go ahead for 3 minutes.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, all. Thank you for letting me speak to address this issue. I am speaking about Green versus Palo Alto litigation that you will be discussing during the closed session. I am asking you again to fight against as little as possible the plaintiffs in this action. The court has, as you know, the court already ruled against Palo Alto. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but it was illegal, and makes no one a bad person. But the customers, residents are owed money, are owed $12 million according to the court. And the sooner you can get that into the hands of the people of Palo Alto, the faster it can be recycled into the community in the form of sales tax through investment, of consumer goods, at small businesses. The sooner it can be reinvested in our small local restaurants as people are starting to get to go out to eat. Again, I live very close to California Avenue, and it was thrilling to see so many people eating out over this past weekend. Paying the ratepayers what the court decided that we all, and I'm sure you all, are owed, is extremely important if we're talking about not just fairness and justice, but also recovery. $12 million is a lot of money to recycle through the community. People are really hurting. I know that the city is as well, and the sooner you can enact that large business tax, the sooner we'll all be better off for it. But in the meantime, every dollar counts. So I hope that you all will just get out as much communication and get the money in the hands of the ratepayers. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, there's no other speakers.
Great. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
There you go.
Great. So we'll second with Councilmember Ku. So let's go ahead and vote. Those in favor, Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Fulseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, great. 7-0. So we will adjourn to go into closed session. We should return, we're scheduled to return at 6:15.
And this on a separate link, correct?
Yes.
We all received an email. Very good.
Okay, we're back to the main council meeting. I see 4 council members, 5. Great, well, we have a quorum. So we're returning from closed session with no reportable action. Let's go ahead and proceed with item number 3, which is a status report on our 2021 Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. Mr. City Manager, is there a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let me hand it off to Brad Eggleston, that's leading our interdepartmental team, to provide this update.
Thank you, Ed, and good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Council. I'm Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works, and I'm going to start us off, but we also have Jonathan Abensheim from Utilities and Christine Luong, our Sustainability Manager, who will be presenting. So first slide past the introduction, please. Next slide. Okay, our objectives. There we go. Our current sustainability and climate action plan is actually made up of 3 components. We've got the goal of 80% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030 against our 1990 baseline. And that's what we refer to as the 80 by 30 goal. And then there's the draft SCAP framework, which the council unanimously adopted in 2016. And then to accompany that, the 2018 to 20 sustainability implementation plan. And consistent with City Council's prioritization of climate change in 2020 and 2021 as an annual priority, staff launched the SCAP update last year to refine the strategies that we see are needed for us to be able to meet the 80 by 30 goal, since the strategies in the framework itself were very high level and lacked a formal implementation plan. So what we want is to have one standalone SCAP instead of the one with the 3 separate components, and that will allow us to actually achieve the 80 by 30 goal. So tonight we'll provide an overview of the 2021 SCAP progress to date, the principles we're using to guide analysis of proposed strategies, and also highlight the next steps that are coming up in the process. And I'll just point out that while the results of the full analysis are not quite ready to present to council tonight, we did want to give you this update so we can explain where we are on the analysis and when you can expect to see the results. So there we go, our goals. So as I mentioned, the overarching goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2030. And as you can see on the graphic, that's 20 years ahead of the current California statewide goal of 80% by 2050. And we have additional goals beyond that that are in these 7 areas shown on the slide: energy, mobility, electric vehicles. Those are the 3 that pertain most strongly to the 80 by 30 goal. But then we've also got water, adaptation and sea level rise, the natural environment, and zero waste. So next slide. So our emission sources, and just as a reminder, the main sources of Palo Alto's greenhouse gas emissions are quite simple. With the progress that's already been made on carbon neutral electricity, currently about 1/3 of the emissions comes from natural gas consumptions in buildings, and about 2/3 from gasoline and diesel vehicles. So road transportation, that's the vehicles, the big red section, that's our largest source, followed by natural gas, the blue section. And of course, in order to meet the 80 by 30 goal, we'll need to find ways to make very significant cuts to both the road transportation related emissions and our natural gas use. And just a reminder that our sustainability and climate change efforts are led by a team of staff citywide from multiple departments who are meeting regularly to work on various components of the SCAP update, as well as shaping the overall direction of the sustainability work. So Christine Luong, who is our sustainability manager, leads that team with guidance from myself, Phil Boble, and Karin North in Public Works. And then Jonathan Abensheim, Assistant Director of Utilities Resource Management. He is leading the climate modeling team on the effort that includes staff from Utilities, Public Works, Office of Transportation, and is also partnering with additional staff from Planning and Development Services. So really a wide-ranging interdepartmental effort. And I would just point out that several of these team members shown on the slide are here tonight to help answer your questions. Key milestones. So to date, we've accomplished several milestones in our process for developing the new SCAP. We've held a virtual community engagement workshop, as well as a fall 2020 SCAP webinar series. And that series included an overview of the process and need for the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, and then individual webinars on the topics of sea level rise, all electric homes, transportation, and the natural environment. And I would just point out the webinar recordings, presentations, and the Q&A from those webinars can all be found on the city's SCAP website. And then as shown on the slide, we've had several meetings, both with City Council and various boards and commissions to discuss aspects of the 2021 SCAP update. Next slide. So since it's been some time since our last check-in with council, and we also have 2 new council members since then, we thought it'd be good to provide a very high-level overview of some of the things that were discussed at the council's June 16th council study session last year. So just to summarize, at that study session, we reviewed what we called the SCAP potential high impact goals and key actions, mostly related to the greenhouse gas emissions reduction. And we spent some time there going over the key actions we thought had the highest potential for reductions. We reviewed what we called the spectrum of tools for achieving climate goals. And I'll come back to that in a moment because I want to kind of hit that up front before we talk about some of the key actions from last year. We received preliminary feedback from council on the goals and key actions. And then we've used that input to help shape the modeling work that staff and AECOM have been using basically to analyze greenhouse gas reduction potential, costs, and co-benefits of these proposed key actions since that time. So as I said, before we get into looking at some slides that have some of those key actions, I'd like to ask that we jump out of order to slide 12, which is that spectrum of tools that I just mentioned a moment ago. So this graphic displays range of key actions that we could select, basically ways of implementing different types of actions. And so they range from, on the left, what I'd say would be our current voluntary market-driven solutions with things we could do to enhance those, through the middle column where we have things like council policies and ordinances, which we have also used in the past for some of our efforts. And then as you head towards the right, you see things that tend to be voter approved mandates, potentially voter approved fees, taxes, bonds, where obviously a heavier lift would be involved to implement any of these. So before we back up and go through some slides that include some of these key actions, some of which are very significant, I just wanted to emphasize that some of those goals and key actions that we reviewed with council last June are high or far to the right on what we're calling this spectrum of tools. And so obviously moving forward on any of those would be very much dependent on the community's appetite for doing so. So let's see, maybe we can jump back to slide 8 now is where I think we should be. Yes. So as you may recall from last June, we presented the key actions that staff had refined based on public input and staff's judgment that had the most dramatic greenhouse gas reduction potentials. We included everything that we came up with really to provide council an idea of all the possibilities. We didn't filter things out based on potential concerns about feasibility or legality. and said that as we analyze them, we would look further into those aspects. And I'd say these high impact key actions do not represent all the work the city is doing related to climate change and or sustainability. On these slides, you'll see they're numbered to make it easier to refer to specific key actions. Those are not numbers that are meant to indicate priority in any way. And as I said, the purpose of going through, I think we have 4 of these slides, is just to give a sense of the kinds of things that were in those key actions. I'm not intending to walk through them individually, but just briefly show the slides. So this one is high impact areas in energy that pertain to residential buildings. In energy, there were a total of 18 actions. These were the 4 that staff thought had the highest potential. Next slide. Similarly, this slide has key actions that pertain to energy in the non-residential sector, highest potential actions. A lot of them are similar to key actions for residential, but I think they also reflect that solutions for retrofitting larger commercial buildings are not as well understood as actions that can be taken for single family residential in particular. I would also note that this could cover city-owned facilities. And if we're able to electrify existing city-owned buildings, we could lead by example. And that's why you see number 4 on the list there that is specific to city-owned buildings. Next slide. These key actions are with respect to transportation and mobility. For the mobility area, we presented a range of 11 key actions that had the highest potential for reducing greenhouse gas from transportation with respect to mobility. So in the transportation sector, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions either by electrifying vehicles or by reducing emissions from road vehicles by switching to less polluting forms of transportation. So these are ideas that focus on reductions in VMT or vehicle miles traveled. And then the next slide speaks to transportation and electrification, EVs specifically. So here there were a range of 15 actions, and these are the 5 that were thought to be most impactful, highest potential. And then I also wanted to say here, I think this slide it's a good place to emphasize that while we included options for key actions without screening them up front for feasibility and legality, as I had mentioned, much of that work has now been done. And for some of the actions listed on these slides we've been going through, our attorney's office has given us legal advice already that Palo Alto does not, under current law, have authority to take the action. And in some instances, significant changes in our authority would be required, such as voter approval or even a change in state law. And I'll just point out on that vein, a good example is number 5 on this slide, banning registration of gasoline vehicles. So, there's been some work looking into this that determined that under current law, the city does not have authority to ban registration of gas-powered vehicles. Essentially, the state has reserved to itself exclusive authority to determine vehicles that can be registered in California. Cities are not allowed to just make their own rules. And basically, if we wanted to do something like this, a ban of these types of vehicles, that would actually require an amendment to the California Vehicle Code to allow cities, or even specifically Palo Alto, to be able to have that local authority. So in some instances, things are much more involved, even if Palo Alto had the will to want to pursue them, additional steps would be needed. Let's see, so now I think we want to skip to slide 13. So I do want to acknowledge that council and many community members are very ready to reach the point where we can have real greenhouse gas and cost numbers to evaluate so that we can actually decide what strategies are going to be needed and pursued to get to that 80 by 30 goal. And our climate modeling team that I mentioned has completed its analysis, and we're currently evaluating those results. Just wanted to say, and with the experience on the last SCAP, that we found most climate action plans focus on high level costs and emissions numbers without really evaluating things like funding sources, financing, key performance indicators, impacts on individual customer sectors. And that can lead to challenges when we're trying to monitor success and in making sure we have resources for implementation. So that's why we're trying to make sure that we have that analysis wrapped up so that when we present results to council this spring, we can really have a full discussion of what the reality of SCAP implementation could look like. But to points on this slide, what's becoming clear in work we have done is that the effort truly is urgent. And when council adopted the 80 by 30 goal back 5 years ago, some described it as aspirational or perhaps going above and beyond. But based on science that's come out since that time, it seems like 80 by 30 is more like the level of effort needed to avoid some of the worst impacts of climate change rather than going above and beyond. And we know that this effort is likely to be costly. That's why we've done additional analysis to determine how the cost could be financed and spread across the community so that they're more manageable. And then it's also not just about cost, and for the community to trust us and the council in moving forward with this effort, especially in the wake of high profile incidents like what has just transpired last week in Texas. We do need to be able to address concerns about utility services and emergency preparedness in a future electrified world. And lastly, we're also trying to give attention to protecting the most vulnerable in Palo Alto's population. The plan wouldn't be complete if we have not talked about protecting low-income residents, small businesses, and others that lack the other capacities for electrifying their homes and vehicles. So with those points, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Jonathan Abenshine. He's going to provide an overview of types of actions we need to take to achieve goals and outline some of the principles for going to scale with the plan. Jonathan?
Good evening, council members. I'm Jonathan Abenshine. I'm the Assistant Director of Utilities Resource Management. Thank you for having us here and to talk about this. Just building on what Brad said, when we started the SCAP update, we had hoped that we'd be able to develop a menu of options to achieve the 80 by 30 goal and be able to choose the most cost-effective measures from the list. And I think what we're finding here as we complete our analysis is that to achieve the 80% reduction from 1990 levels, the community has to fully commit to all of the known technically feasible avenues for emissions reduction, that it has control over. And it ends up being more a question of pace. How quickly can we achieve these goals? How quickly does the community, take the actions needed, and how quickly can the city roll out technical support and funding and other sorts of necessities? But we are still closely reviewing the numbers, but this is a story that's starting to become apparent. Overall, achieving these goals means things like, these are the sorts of outcomes. I wanted to summarize the sorts of outcomes that we're going to have to achieve as a community. It means greatly reducing the vehicle miles traveled through the adoption of alternative commute and e-bikes. Opportunities to access alternative commute have expanded due to the heightened availability of e-bikes, e-trikes, electric scooters, to reduce last mile issues for people who struggle with the physical demands of biking, or for people who struggle with the physical demands of biking, and that allows more people to access the substantial cost savings associated with alternative transportation options. In the long term, VMT reduction can be vehicle travel reductions can be enhanced if they're coupled with land use changes like adding housing and neighborhood services and transit corridors. But not everybody is going to be able to participate in an alternative commute, and where vehicles continue to be needed. It's going to mean electrifying substantial portions of the Palo Alto vehicle fleet and convincing substantial shares of those people who work in Palo Alto to either telecommute or take transit or drive an EV. And all of this is because transportation is about 2/3, as Brad mentioned, of our current emissions in Palo Alto. Now, even after all of those transportation emissions reductions, there will still be a pretty significant amount of transportation emissions left over, especially from visitors to Palo Alto and regional transportation sources like delivery trucks. These are groups of emitters that we really have very little control over. And so that means we also need deep decarbonization of buildings. It would require committing to as much electrification as possible in the multifamily and non-residential sectors, but we also have to recognize that electrification in these sectors is both technically challenging and expensive, and that the potential may not be as large as we would hope. And that can mean that we will likely need to commit heavily to single-family residential electrification as one of our most efficient courses of action. It's well, technically, the technologies are there, and there are also significant benefits in terms of managing the transitional impacts. Single-family gas use or single-family gas services are spread out. There's a lot of gas infrastructure devoted to serving single-family customers, and if you're able to reduce that infrastructure, it helps you hold down gas rates for all remaining gas customers and allows you to electrify efficiently. But if we were to ask that of our residents, they're going to need financial support, programs to make the conversion as easy as possible. They don't want people to have to be spending huge amounts of time hunting down contractors and figuring out building processes. And of course, potentially to find ways to pair the effort with side benefits, things like fiber to the home or undergrounding, if the community would like to move in those directions. There may be cost benefits to pairing those types of projects, and there may be ways to make that conversion feel like an additionally positive benefit. Next slide. So this slide describes the philosophy we've used in designing the climate-related SCAP goals and key actions. And going into this, I personally thought that the scale of the effort was so large that I wondered whether to even get started, we would need to wait until we put the whole thing in front of the voters before we started implementation. And I think we're finding that that doesn't have to be the case. I mean, there are multiple ways to approach implementation, but there are tools like on-bill financing, and there are some existing funding sources we have associated with state cap and trade mechanisms that could really be leveraged to ramp up voluntary programs before putting any other sort of funding mechanism on the ballot. And if we were to go down that road, when we kick off those voluntary programs, essentially what we're trying to do is jumpstart individual and group action early. So really activate those people who are ready to electrify and can afford to, but just don't know what to do or may have some time constraints. We want to make sure we're providing widespread awareness and marketing to expand that pool of eager early adopters, expand it to people who just didn't even know, for example, that what they needed to do in order to reduce their emissions further. And we also want to enable group action. There's a lot of really good group activity taking place across the community. And there are some real savings that can be achieved when a neighborhood or a block electrifies as a group. And so we want to tap into that as well. And then, of course, we need to be sensitive to community members who face more challenges when electrifying, such as income qualified community members, renters, multifamily building owners and residents there, and then small businesses and small commercial buildings. And we want to see if we can provide additional technical support and funding to those customers as well. So if we were to go down this road, if we're able to start with voluntary programs, it means we won't need to decide immediately to put a major ballot measure in front of the voters to make progress. We can use those voluntary programs to build trust and awareness first. But eventually, unless voluntary action by the community ends up being really rapid and really universal, at some point, Palo Alto will probably need some combination of price signals, mandates, and some really major funding sources to achieve its goals. Just the sheer number of retrofit projects that have to take place is enormous. And so that will likely require some form of voter approval. And we're really looking for feedback, I think, on what, and we will be looking for feedback, I think, as we go into the SCAP on what are the sorts of conditions and how quickly do we want to move on things like mandates and price signals. And that will really inform our pacing of an implementation plan. But I think that whatever our implementation plan, it needs to be, there's a real need for a very savvy and very extensive marketing and awareness campaign throughout Palo Alto. And an ambitious and urgent implementation plan that generates high participation and also a really great customer experience. We need a lot of positive stories from people who have participated in the programs. Next slide, thank you. Now, if we're going down this road, we can think about our implementation as having two phases. I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about how quickly these different phases go, or whether this is even the approach to take. But if you were to start with voluntary programs, phase one would involve devoting resources to rolling out those voluntary programs and preparing to go to scale, developing staffing plans, resourcing plans, and doing analyses on things like reliability and resiliency. And then I think of phase two as when we're actually at scale, when we're performing as many as 2,000 building retrofits every year in order to be able to complete the conversion over the course of a decade. And that requires far more resources than we have available to us. So it's likely going to require some type of ballot measures. But again, the goal is to launch programs and achieve early successes that give Palo Altans confidence in advance of putting more funding or mandates on the ballot. That includes implementing pilot projects, putting on demonstrations to show what's possible, and getting a lot of participation in these voluntary programs and building awareness. So again, with respect to programs, we need to have early successes that we can point to. So voluntary programs that are easy enough to participate in, that people take them seriously. They need to be high touch, so direct install programs with on-bill financing, rebates, technical assistance. And then of course, block level programs will be valuable also, potentially in collaboration with neighborhood groups, and demonstrate that potential combination of undergrounding and electrification as a compelling story. Obviously, extensive awareness, engagement, and outreach will be needed. Palo Altans need to be aware of both the urgency and reasons for action and the programs available to them to do something about it. We need to engage people for whom sustainability may not be the top priority, and do that by talking about the associated benefits of the plan, like health benefits of indoor and outdoor air quality improvements, and then also address any sensitivities or concerns like resiliency. How will we maintain resiliency in a fully electrified community? And that's where, with respect to planning, strategic planning, we can give the community some confidence they can count on us to run an electrified system. So we need some clear plans about preserving and enhancing electric reliability and resiliency, because outages will be on people's minds. We'll need more detailed plans on how to retire parts of the gas system or all of the gas system, and then manage rates for those who don't convert early. And of course, we'll need streamlined and simplified permitting processes. And all of this is going to require additional resources throughout the city, which we're going to have to talk about at some point. And then we can use feedback. We can use feedback again on how long those early phases last. There's a draft timeline here at the bottom of this slide. But I think really knowing the community's hopes and the council's expectations around this timeline, both now and as we talk through the SCAP in the coming months, will be very helpful for us as we develop more detailed implementation plans. So now I'm going to turn over the presentation to Christine Long, who will share the status of deliverables and the next steps in the process.
And actually, this is Brad. So we're running pretty long on the presentation, so I'm going to jump in and kind of move us quickly to the end. The last couple of slides were really just about current status, so I don't think we need to go in detail, but there are these various deliveries that we're working on. A bunch of them I think we have mentioned as either being close to complete or where we have a draft and we're under review, but we'll be wrapping these up soon. Next slide. And then our timeline going forward. There's a couple study sessions currently that we're planning to have with the council in April and May. Additional engagement with boards and commissions and the public also around that time, with a goal really of getting something to council for acceptance this summer. You'll just note sea level rise is on a bit of a separate track, but in parallel on this. And we're hoping to have all of this with the CEQA work wrapped up by the end of this calendar year. And I think that is our final slide. So with that, we'll turn it back to the council.
Great, thank you for that. I think we'll go to the public first and then we'll just come back for council discussion. So if members of the public want to speak to this item, please raise your hand now. And like we've done in the last several meetings, we will stop taking new hands after the first couple of speakers. So I'm only seeing a few people that want to talk to this item. So go ahead, City Clerk, if you could go ahead, let's go ahead with 3 minutes and let's stop taking new hands after the first two speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and one of them has actually dropped off, it looks like. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
I had said 3 minutes, I think, based on the number of speakers. Yep.
We're changing it.
Thanks.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. And first of all, I apologize for the noise behind me. I'm talking to you from El Camino Real, where the traffic jams and the honking and the pollution was as bad about 15 minutes as I've ever seen it when the stoplight went out on El Camino and Pageville, Oregon. We've got a big problem, people, with cars on the road. So I'm extremely grateful to your hard work on SCAP, but I urge you to add one more item, actually make that item the first and the never do without item. That is, as we work on all these good things we need to do, please don't do bad things now. Don't do bad things to make it much harder to reach our goal. We just have a lot of cars off the streets due to all the closures and the lockdowns and work from home. When all that comes roaring back, we're going to have all the same problems plus more, because you all have taken actions, or I should say most of you, except for Greer, have taken actions over the last couple of years that have actually contributed to climate change, such as when you converted the President Hotel from housing to a hotel. That contributes to climate change because hotels put cars on the road. Housing takes cars off the road, as you just heard in this presentation. Coming up in a couple weeks is an opportunity for you to not do something bad. Please don't do something bad. What I'm talking about is Castellea. Castellea is going to build a huge underground garage. If you don't exercise the courage and integrity to stop them, we know from all these presentations that garages, the presence of garages, encourages single vehicle use. An underground garage is going to harm sea rise issues and water issues underground. You need to put a stop on Castellea's garage. They're going to kill 150 trees. Ancient trees cannot be transplanted. Everything you just heard just now will be harmed if you actually let Castellea knock down its dorm, which by the way is housing, build a huge development in a spot they don't fit in, including this huge underground garage, guys. We can't keep building garages for single-use cars. And might I ask why teenage girls need to drive their cars to school? When public transit exists just a few blocks away, they need to invest in shuttles like everybody else. shuttles, public transit. That's how we take cars off the road. Underground garages are how we put cars on the road. This is your chance, not only to do these wonderful things, but to stop doing bad things. Don't do bad things. We don't need a garage. We don't need a huge development in a space that's too small for us. Please go. Don't do bad things. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by David Cole. And then our final speaker will be Joe Spalding. Hamilton, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. I was having trouble with my mic. I want to start by seconding everything Rebecca said. Actually, I agreed with all the points she hit on. You know, one of the things I didn't see in the plan was telecommuting. And in many ways, telecommuting is a huge opportunity to take cars off the road. And it's a win for everybody. I had two major concerns with the plan presented by staff, and I sent in an email on them, but just to summarize, switching to all electric grid, our Palo Alto electric grid has a single point of failure. And every engineer knows that's like a disaster. And we really need to make the electric grid our grid for Palo Alto more redundant if we're going to switch everybody over and remove all use of gas. And we want to get the benefits of, I understand everybody wants to get the benefits of switching to all electric without spending the cost, because it's pretty expensive. I think it's like 75 million or something to get or 50 million to get that second line in. But we really need to get that second line in. The second thing is, when Christchurch had a major earthquake a few years ago, they had 200 kilometers of damaged power lines underground and only 3 kilometers above. So I challenged the staff to go back and look at whether undergrounding is overall a net win. I understand it's a net win for high winds to underground the lines, but for flooding and for earthquakes, I think it's a big step back. And also just for general maintenance, because you have to have ground moving equipment to dig up the line, and it's much harder to diagnose. So I would challenge whether undergrounding is a good idea and ask them to go back and study that again. Those are my two big points. And you don't have to look very far to see what happens if you don't provide a very resilient grid. We can just look at Texas. But the thing about losing the grid is it doesn't just hurt the homes, it can decimate the businesses. If we had that single point of failure truly fail, it's a geographic single point of failure, then it would destroy many local businesses, because it would be months before we got electric grid back up. So those are my comments. There's something to think about. I'm super enthusiastic about 80/30. I think it's a fantastic idea. I'm glad you guys are making it a priority. But let's just do it right, and we have a little bit of time to do so. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is David Cole, to be followed by our final speaker, Joe Spalding. David, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Council, and thank you so much for this opportunity to address you. I know staff has been working very hard to put this plan in place, but I want to revisit the timeline a little bit and some other items. In 2016, we put the goal together, and it's just now 5 years later that staff is realizing that, wow, we really need to act quickly if we're to avoid the worst impact of climate change. In the words of the IPCC, we need rapid, unprecedented, and far-reaching actions. And unfortunately, that doesn't describe any city anywhere, but that is what we need. As it looks by the presentation tonight, there'll be no real big actions coming online until 2024. So, where we had 14 years from the initial goal to work on this, now everything has to be done in the last 5 years. And my question to the council is how do we ensure and make sure there are no more delays on these plans, that this truly is a high priority. It's now the third year it's been set as a priority. And I'd like to see the council either accelerate this timeline or a guarantee with funding and other resources that this does not slip any further. It's really gone on too long. We've had a double start on this and then everything was redone. So how are you, council, going to make sure that this doesn't slip any further? In listening to the presentation on things we can't do, I'd encourage staff to find other ways around it. If we can't ban the registration of cars, are we able to put on a substantial amount of carbon tax or fee within the city to make sure that, well, those that want to still do that could, but it would price it out of most people's possibility and make our other alternatives far cheaper. This may be a way to get around some of these rules. And the other thing is, can we have climate action captains around our neighborhoods, like we have zero waste captains or preparedness captains around our neighborhoods to really ensure that this is kept in the conversation and kept alive until we actually reach our goal. Thank you so much, council, and thank you, staff, for your work on this.
Thank you, David. And our final speaker is Joe Spalding. Joe, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for hearing me out here. I just wanted to echo the comments of the previous three callers. I've read ahead on the agenda, and I know we're going to be talking about some other stuff later, and I think that there's some good ideas that could be applied for this type of sustainability effort in the plan for the future to be formerly Foothills Park. I think if the city of Palo Alto were to do something like turn every surface level parking lot in the city into a nature preserve, they could charge higher fees for people to go in, and that could definitely reduce the number of cars throughout the city. And I know that kind of sounds like it may be some sort of joke, but what is not a joke is climate change. And frankly, too slow action is climate arson. So what I urge council to think about, especially in light of the really well put together words of David Cole there, I would like them to realize that you don't get a continuance on climate, right? The world goes on fire and then everybody just kicks it. Like, that's all by humanity. So what we need to be doing is reaching beyond what we've been using in our toolkit, abandoning a lot of the excuses that we tell ourselves, and we need to be taking some innovative choices when it comes to policy. I strongly urge every member of council to take a solid look at what the city of Berkeley is doing right now. I spend half of my time in between Michigan and the Bay Area. And my favorite place, and a lot of Michiganders' favorite place in Michigan, is this little island between the peninsulas called Mackinac Island. It is the quaintest and cutest place you will ever see in your life. There's candy shops every 3 stores. They're famous for their fudge. They're famous for their fudge. And there's no cars. Mike Pence drove a car on the island last year, and probably that's why Michigan voted for Joe Biden by 100 and some thousand votes, which was way more than the change in states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, was because of this mess up. And the point of me bringing up Mackinac Island here is you can arrange your city in ways that drastically reduce carbon output by reducing car dependencies in drastic ways. And people will love it. It's quaint, it's wholesome, it's gorgeous, and you should all think about it. And don't forget to look into what Berkeley's doing, because they're putting some serious work in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. So this is a pretty meaty topic. I expect we'll go through a couple of rounds of comments. Let's go ahead and take it to council. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. So thanks, staff, for this presentation. A couple questions on slide 4. If we could, is there a way we can go back to that?
While we're doing that, Councilmember Philseth and Council, if I could just call to your attention, you should see on one of the videos among the participants at this meeting a timer that is replacing our verbal timer that had been previously. So that'll track your 5 minutes for your pacing of discussion.
Okay. Hopefully this is going to be a lot less than 5 minutes.
Oh, great. Councilmember Fulseth is 30 seconds back. Go ahead.
I ceded. Quick question. So if I have my sums right, right now we're at about 470,000, just under 500,000 metric tons a year. And to hit 80-30, we've got to get to about 150,000 metric tons. Is that about right?
That sounds right.
So that's about a 70% reduction. Okay. And if I look at this picture, basically all of it's natural gas and transportation, the rest doesn't matter. Let me ask a question about the gas. How much of that blue stripe there is cooking in restaurants? Do we know?
Jonathan, can I ask you to chime in there?
Sure. The amount, it's a fairly small fraction. We're
Okay.
talking in the 10% range at most.
Okay, maybe 10% of it. Okay. Okay, and then my other question is on that red stripe road travel. How much of that comes from cars, from vehicles registered in Palo Alto?
So we're still nailing down final numbers, and so I guess I wouldn't take any of this as final, but
Okay, cool.
roughly 1/3 vehicles registered in Palo Alto, commuters and visitors.
Okay, so 1/3 vehicles registered in Palo Alto and 1/3 people who come here either to visit or for work.
Right.
Okay, so in order to hit 80-30 by 20, the 80-30 goal, it looks to me like we've got to basically cut that picture by 70%. So either we need to cut all the blue stuff and all the red stuff 70%, 75% each, assuming we don't touch the rest, on average. So in other words, what we need to do is turn off all the gas by 2030, ban all gasoline cars registered in Palo Alto, and also probably get rid of about half the remaining ones that come in from out of town. That's what it would take to add up to 80-30. Is that a reasonable hand wave in the air?
I mean, I guess I don't feel ready because there are a lot more factors beyond just that. I don't feel ready really to say a thumbs up or thumbs down on that. There are things like, for example, the emissions that you're going to get from the remaining gasoline powered vehicles, and that's going to go down over time as fleet average emissions go down and more EV adoption happens regionally.
Okay.
So
EVs wouldn't count in this picture. Yeah.
Find one way or the other on that.
Okay, but that sort of looks to me like about the magnitude of what we're talking about. Okay, thanks very much.
Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and thank you for giving us the signal that we're going to get more than one go at this, because even I'm not going to be able to speak quickly enough to go through this. I really appreciate the high-level principles on packet page 8 and slide 15. I think that's really helpful moving us from what we're doing to how we're going to do it. So thank you to staff for starting with that. A few questions. Let me just take a slightly different approach to the way Councilmember Philseth was looking at it. I'm less concerned about where someone comes from and more concerned about the travel within Palo Alto. So when we get the next rev, it'd be interesting to see not the way we did it in the SCAP in 2016 or even just the description today, but like intra Palo Alto, right? Things that happen inside, because that I think would be an opportunity, even if someone was coming to visit, maybe there's a way that we can, once we get our shuttle buses back, et cetera, provide transportation that really works for everyone within the city. So just thinking about trips that are intra Palo Alto and things that are in and out, whether it's people leaving here to go elsewhere or people elsewhere coming here. Another question would be about adaptation strategies. Do we have, I see sea level rise in there. Is there anything else that we're contemplating in the context of the SCAP? And I'll just throw out as an example, right? We've talked about how things are, it's just getting hotter. Like, look at what happened last year. Like, do we have to think about how to adapt our infrastructure in a hotter environment?
That hasn't been part of what we've been studying so far, Councilmember Cormack. The adaptation in the SCAP has, I believe, been limited to sea level rise. I'm sure you'll remember that the council priority for the year is climate change, protection, and adaptation. So there are some other areas of adaptation that we're thinking about as we develop the staff work plan for that council priority.
I just think that as people's understanding of what's happening accelerates, as the temperature rise accelerates, that we don't have as much time as we thought we did to adapt as well as mitigate. On page 8, I thank you for checking with other cities to see how they're doing. And it's very politely said that none of the strategies reviewed have the specificity, detail, or scope needed to meet our goal. I think that's very politely phrased. I think that gives us an opportunity to be a leader. We have to think about how we're going to get from those early adopters into the late majority. And thanks for laying out those 3 columns. I think the messy middle, I think about like where we were with rail. I feel like that's the messy middle that we've got to work with the SCAP. Okay, how am I doing on time? I just wanted to touch on the telecommuting comment earlier. And just remind ourselves that our largest employers in Palo Alto are healthcare providers. And while some things can be done over video and will continue to be, that the healthcare provider, oh wow, it changes color. Okay, good to know. Does it turn red? Does the microphone cut me off?
No, but it does turn red, I think.
Okay, great, good, all right. It's hard to miss, let's just put it that way. So let's keep that in mind with telecommuting. We speak about that pretty broadly, but we'll need to think about that from a sector perspective. And then just in terms of the community, I appreciate that we've got some super strong advocates, and I'm certainly one of them, for making radical change. But we also have many people in this community who care about this issue, but don't understand the impact of the energy choices in their home, and definitely don't understand the cost to fix it. So I think the community is made up of a couple different segments, and I appreciate the staff's detailed thinking about how are we going to start to explain what needs to be done and how people can help. All of the talk around easy permitting is very exciting. I know staff knows we get a lot of emails and it's not easy yet, so it's exciting to think that we're headed that way. And then the final thing that I wanted to touch on is, how are we going to do this work? So one of the things that the mayor and I had thrown out as an option when we went through the boards and commissions ad hoc was considering a sustainability commission. And I bring it up tonight because I think about what the UAC has reviewed with this. I think about where the PTC is on it. And I think we should reflect on whether or not we need a new board or commission or a blue ribbon committee. This is extremely detailed work. So I think that's something we should all contemplate. I'll be interested to see what my colleagues have to say. And I made it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt, then Councilmember Stone.
Yes, so first I want to follow up on Councilmember Cormack's point about the importance of broadening our concerns over adaptation and resiliency. And when we adopted climate change as priority, it specifically added adaptation. When we enacted this plan in 2016, we rightly saw sea level rise as our greatest threat to adaptation and our need to be resilient in response of climate change. We also had under considerations the anticipated steady and continuing reduction in Sierra snowpack that we rely on for both water and clean power. But what's happened in the last 4 years is that we've had a new climate impact of mega fires in California. And this last year, mega fires almost up to our city border. That has put our public in health jeopardy for a month a year of breathing severely dangerous smoke, as well as just the public safety threat of almost having to evacuate our foothills. And if not for a lack of a sudden wind change, that very well could have happened. So I think we do need to elevate the climate impacts. And I think in doing so, it will bring the public who are concerned about climate change, but very concerned, many members of the public, about emergency response and about public health and public safety. And as the connection becomes clearer than it's ever been, I think that'll bring on greater public support for our actions. And it's important to remember that just as we've seen in these fires, the trend is not that these things are going to die down. They're accelerating faster than most of us even feared. I'd also like to touch on a couple of specific issues. One on the transportation, and we've struggled on what's a good metric. And as you mentioned, we've got complicated metrics now in the tier that we utilize to now attribute commute trips in. And all those metrics are attempting to get their arms around what's happening and why and what's our responsibility on it. I just became aware that Joint Venture Silicon Valley has a new initiative that is, I think, called Beyond Gasoline. And what they're proposing is that cities look at gasoline sales in their cities. And their general regional goal is a 50% reduction by 2030. They already have statistics on Palo Alto. We've made good progress on that. We have a lot more progress we need to make. But I think that's a very appealing additional metric that may be not the standalone one, but perhaps even the most valuable one we could look at in transportation. There's also, I want to put out there that there's a growing recognition that globally, no matter how aggressively we pursue renewable energy and transportation systems and buildings based upon renewable energy, we're not going to get there fast enough. And that there needs to be an additional element of carbon capture. Now, we've had parts of that. That's what reforestation is about and things, but there are other approaches of how do we have lower carbon content concrete. Concrete is 7% of global emissions. And lo and behold, Marin County has already adopted a best practices mandate for concrete. And we'll see that those best practices continue to progress in coming years, but it's not an overreach. It is about using technologies that exist right now that reduce the carbon footprint of concrete, and there's some real advancements going on in that. I'd also, as we look through the list of where we're going first, I would strongly urge us to look at more aggressive adaptation of mandates on commercial buildings to be electrified, large commercial buildings ahead of homes. So I'll have more comments later. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to city staff. I mean, just tireless work that must have gone into this plan. And I'm really glad to see that it's as bold as it is. I think Councilmember Filseth really kind of, I think his analysis was spot on as far as the difficulty this is going to be to achieve. But how Vice Mayor Burt was talking about the increase in the severity in local fires and natural disasters that we're seeing across the country and around the world. And for instance, Texas just this past week is going to be, unfortunately, a constant reminder for people of this existential crisis that we're facing, and that it's going to get worse and worse. And I think it's a terrible thing, but at least the benefit for us as policymakers is it's going to be, as Vice Mayor Burt was putting it, I think a little easier to be able to sell the need to be able to move and act on this with immediacy. So I'm glad to see that there's a lot of bold action there. I appreciate what Council Member Cormack mentioned about possibly forming a board or a commission. I would definitely support that. I agree with Councilmember Cormack. This is this is too great of a lift for any one of our existing commissions or boards. So I think that would be a wise move. And again, kind of going back to, I appreciate the boldness of this plan. I have some concerns in particular areas with how it will relate to our low income communities, as well as beyond low income, also, those in the community who on paper might not be low income and may not qualify for that, but who really struggle to be able to get by every month. There's many people in Palo Alto who are asset wealthy and cash poor, who are really struggling to be able to pay their rent each month. And so some of these plans, I'm concerned of us being overly onerous on those communities, and want to make sure that we have kind of the proper protections in place. And so just kind of pulling up my notes here. So on one of the plans that the report identifies is the internal combustion engine vehicle fee to disincentivize the ownership of fossil fuel vehicles. Can staff explain how they envision that tax or fee, how that could work, how it would be implemented? And I think it would be nice to also hear from the city attorney as well, now knowing that banning the registration of gas vehicles in Palo Alto would not be allowed under California law. Is there a concern that any type of fee or tax that is overly onerous on gas vehicles could also kind of fall under that prohibition?
And maybe I'll take the first crack, Councilmember Stone, and just to say that what I meant to, when I was describing the legal aspects of some of these actions, I was meaning to give the example of the ban on the internal combustion engine vehicles as one where we're essentially preempted by state law, but this fee idea was another one. So it was just a general example that some of the most aggressive things that were ideas that are in our plan are ones where there are legal issues and would need changes to state law. I believe that was another.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. So the plan, as people have said, is bold, and some aspects of it are have lots of challenges with financial issues and operational and feasible, but they don't touch legal issues. But many of the ideas in the plan do implicate legal issues. In some cases, the law may be clear. Brad used the example of the internal combustion engine registration. That one is clear and explicit in state law, and so it's something we can easily give as an example. In many other cases, we are looking at law that is not well developed, because many of these ideas are extremely innovative, and where certain courses of action may carry risk from moderate to high. And so the legal aspects are significant for many of these issues, and those will be issues that council will have to work itself through over time. And so we will be giving more thorough advice on all of that at another time.
Thank you. And this seems to be like one of those areas. I mean, the state has the 80 by 50 policy goal. I mean, this seems like one of those areas where maybe we want to direct our lobbyists to be working on some of these issues at the state level, because it seems like the state's not getting there if they're not providing the legal tools to the local jurisdictions to be able to get there. So I think that would be something for us to consider. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Councilmember Coup.
Thank you for all the work that you have been doing on this for each of the departments. It's a lot of work, a lot of great ideas, and some of them. And what I do want to say is I appreciate that you did mention that there's a lot of engagement and community engagement that needs to take place. And a lot of the suggestions and key action that was discussed in June 16 does require that. So I do want to emphasize that reaching out to all the stakeholders in Palo Alto is extremely important. But also, some things that Councilmember Stone mentioned in terms of some of these programs are going to have financial implications on some of the residents in Palo Alto, or even some small business and mom and pop kind of establishments. And so I want to be sure that these stakeholders are people that you're reaching out to and making sure that they understand what is some of the reasons behind the changes here and what is going to become an action item at some point. For example, some of the residential buildings that we're talking about in slide number 8, especially the one about electrifying gas appliances in single-family homes upon home sale beginning in 2025. That's a point of sale. And if that's going to be an action that is going to be implemented, certainly you need to start reaching out to a lot of the realtor community establishments, as well as letting a lot of the homeowners know so that they need to think ahead of time in order to do it. Next thing I just wanted to say is we did mention the natural environment in the June 2020 meeting, but I don't see it in this report. And I do see it as a bullet point at the beginning, but not embedded in this report with key action items. So I want to be sure that that this get included in this sustainability plan. That's a big part of it. Then also, I also wanted to emphasize that most importantly is to build confidence and trust with our community so that they know that when they switch over to electricity, there is that electric grid that is there to support them. Vice Mayor Burt mentioned the fires last year where there was smoke. If you can't go outside and there's no electricity, there's a combination of things. Sometimes adapting is even difficult. So I really believe that could be legislation also that we should be talking to our assembly members and senators in bringing forward legislation in order to build that infrastructure, to build confidence amongst people who are living here and who we're asking to switch. I also want to make sure that the social justice implications in all of this, if we want people to switch to EV cars, then the EV cars needs to be affordable. And right now, I don't see that being affordable. Most of the contractors that I work with, or even the handyman, most of them are buying secondhand cars, sometimes third-hand cars. And to ask them to do a EV it's going to be very difficult for them. So I hope that we work through all of those things and have conversations with all the stakeholders. And lastly, I do want to still emphasize that telecommuting is something that we really need to start thinking about a plan. While Councilmember Cormack did mention that a large part of our workers here in Palo Alto are from the hospital, it's looking at the sectors, like she said. So it's not going to be everybody that every company can telecommute, but we certainly should be putting some plan in place now. So I see my time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm definitely liking this new timer. So thank you, staff, for getting that together. And also thanks for your work on this report. I actually thought it was very comprehensive and had some really great ideas. So I too believe that this is probably the largest systemic risk to the human race. So it's definitely a high priority and needs to be addressed. The biggest chunk in our city is really, as we saw, the greenhouse gas transportation. And I think the first thing we have to all remember is I think it starts with each of us individually. I'm not just talking about here on council, but basically everyone that's in the city. So it's our choices in terms of how we get around. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I bike, walk, skateboard, just about everywhere. So all of us should try to do the same as well. So I think that's kind of like the first thing. But I think as my fellow council members have talked about, I think we also have to think about, not everyone here can afford a Tesla, right? I mean, maybe some people here on council can, but not everyone, right? And so I think keeping that in mind is really important, and that some of our workers, some of our residents are, to buy an EV today, it's going to be a pretty big stretch. So I think there's incentives for buying electric cars, but I think we should really think about, because I think the incentive used to buy an electric car could go much further if there's incentive for the same, let's say, smaller electric vehicle like a skateboard or scooter, or electric bike. So I think we should look at more towards that, and because each dollar go a lot further, and also would help people who are perhaps lower in the socioeconomic totem pole, so to speak. I thought the incentive of undergrounding neighborhoods that have certain percentage of electrification or achieve electrification is actually kind of an interesting idea. So I do think there's some gamification type of ideas. So I want to applaud staff for thinking about that. I'm not sure that's necessarily the right one, but I think that kind of innovative thinking is what we need. But I think once we get people out of their vehicles and actually going around, I think it's really important that people feel safe. So, as you guys probably know, I've been a big proponent of protected bike lanes, because I looked at, I did a lot of surveying about like, why don't people bike more than they do today? And really the biggest reason is safety. People don't feel safe biking. And so I think if we could address that through protected bike lanes, I think we could go really far. We're blessed with incredibly great weather. It's usually not too cold or too hot here. And also we don't have that many hills here. So we have one of the best terrains and climates around for people to actually get around. So I think we need to really focus on that and try to make that happen. And then I've held quite a few office hours on people who, complain endlessly about their slow internet, especially as COVID started. And at one point we probably had some of the fastest internet, but that's not today, right? I mean, I can even talk about my own internet here, and it could be way faster, way more reliable than it is. So I think having a focus on faster, more affordable gigabit speed internet to kind of allow more people to work from home. And I think it's a good point that not medical workers maybe can't work from home, but a lot of workers here work in other cities. And if they could save a trip, that's a certain amount of carbon that's not emitted into the air. So I think we need to start looking more heavily into policies like Dig Once. We've all talked about it, but we haven't done as much as perhaps we could, as well as open access. And there's a bunch of other ideas that would help promote competition and faster internet speeds, because I think that if we can do that, more work from home can continue, and it will help with the climate. And it's, even if you move to an electric car from a gas car, it still emits carbon, right? Like that it takes energy to produce that windmill or that solar panel, or to fire up that natural gas plant at night, or whatever it happens to be. So we still kind of want to, if people don't have to move 2-ton chunks of metal around during the day, and they can do it all through electrons, it's way more efficient than actually moving themselves. So I think this is probably one of the biggest things that we can do, and I think it would help now because people are complaining about this, and so I hope we can move in this direction. So I don't think we have to do everything on that list that staff had. I think we just have to do a few really, really well. But thank you for your work.
Thank you, Greg. So I too want to say thanks for the report and the discussion tonight. So one thing that didn't really jump out is, what do we think our status is on reaching the goal? Are we behind? Are we ahead?
Well, if you were to draw kind of a linear line, over the years towards reaching the 80% reduction, from that standpoint, we're definitely behind. And the members of the public who have commented that essentially since the time that we reached carbon neutrality for our electricity, we've had some reductions, but they've been fairly flat and not on the order of what's needed to get us there.
Right. Yeah, that was my understanding. And I really think we should be kind of honest with ourselves and call that out. It's like, it does feel like that our progress has stalled. It's one of my comments is I really think we need to start to make some very public targets. If we post that, in a big display outside of City Hall, whatever it is, I think we need to just be very visible, kind of where we are. And then on AECom, what are they delivering and when?
Jonathan or Christine, could I ask you to speak to that?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. So we have several things that AECom is delivering. we're currently working with them on finalizing our 2019 greenhouse gas inventory. We're going back and forth on some of the methodology that they used, and they are also, this week will be finalized. We're finalizing the business as usual forecast, meaning if we were only to implement the plans that council has already approved and follow California's statewide goals and regulations, how much greenhouse gases would be reduced if we did nothing beyond, above and beyond those things. They are also, as I think we mentioned, our climate modeling team is finalizing the results of their analysis, and AECOM is going to take all of that analysis and provide sort of a memo summarizing the analysis and providing their recommendations for a path forward. So those are the main deliverables that we're waiting for from AECOM.
So when will council see that memo?
I guess, well, we have to discuss internally if we're going to share it beforehand, before our next trip to council. We could do an informational report and share it before our next trip to council, or share it when we come back to council in April.
Yeah, if I could just add, there's a lot of vetting at the staff level and with the city manager that I think we want to occur once we get these technical work products. So the thought when well, except for the 2019 inventory and business as usual, those are the two things that we were saying in the report we're planning to bring to council in April. But we're more concerned with making sure we have adequate time to really do a good job vetting these other pieces of analysis that are going to go into what actually becomes the SCAP. And so for those pieces, the thought was bringing that to council in May. That's what's in our schedule currently.
Okay. Yeah, so one thing I'd like to really talk about is kind of the organization and the process. I really am glad to see so many different department heads involved, but I also want to make sure that people are responsible for hitting targets, and wasn't really clear like who's responsible for what, or is it kind of a shared collective responsibility? And then also, as we start to talk about making real progress, I think there's a lot of interest in having this return more frequently to council, come back as action items, not just study sessions. I feel like it's coming back too infrequently. We're losing a lot of time, and I just think we got to get better aligned. And then I think a real discussion on some tactics and what are the near-term goals. It's starting here, and maybe we'll hear more in April and May. But things like I was mentioning, like what are some real KPIs? Councilmember Burt, raised this idea of tracking the amount of gasoline sold in the city. Are there other KPIs other than, and including, I guess, greenhouse gas reduction that we could post? And I know I'm over. I'll just finish 2 bullet points. We've talked about leveraging kind of local community resources. I think there's quite a few out there that we could do, as well as regional resources, and really building that into the plan. So I'll stop there and come back with some more comments. So going on to, yep.
Mr. Mayor, if I might make a comment as you perhaps go on to your next round of comments or council member comments. The feedback that we've gotten from the council so far is really valuable, and at the same time has kind of demonstrated the span and kind of the breadth of perspectives. As we're going through the next round of comments, I think it would really be helpful for staff, to your point on organization, to give us a sense of the council's preferences as to how you'd like to engage, as well as we have heard some comments about additional expertise, our community experts to be involved with us. So whether it be through a committee, an ad hoc committee, or some specific commission, or even a focus period version of that. I think that could be really helpful for us as we take our next steps.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll go on to another round. And yeah, well, we'll get there when we get to council agenda changes. So Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple things. One, I'd like to follow on Councilmember Tanaka and talking about the challenge of moderate and low income residents and workers, because as we're moving toward electric vehicles and the projections clearly show that the costs are going to be dropping drastically in the next few years, particularly on the lower cost vehicles. So, but the value of them is in the cost of ownership. So there's a challenge in upfront costs for some of the folks who might not qualify for a loan or be able to put up that upfront money, who nevertheless would have lower cost of ownership. So bridging that gap is important, and figuring out whether that's done at the state level, which I suspect it may be, and that we have some kind of a cash for clunkers program. But at the local level on the micromobility, we could even look at a nominal cost of helping subsidize electric bikes or electric scooters for lower income workers. And those are pretty big impacts potentially for the buck, which brings back up the also question of another metric of how do we get our hands around what's most effective? And I suspect we need to be looking at something to the effect of dollars per carbon unit avoided. What does it cost us to reduce 1 metric ton of carbon or whatever carbon unit? And that's not going to dictate all of our actions, but it could very much inform it. I also think that in addition to state and regional constraints on us legally, sub-regional, regional, and state levels are areas that we may very well want to collaborate on policy, that some things are going to be best done regionally. And so I think we're going to need to have that as part of our political process, is how do we engage? How do we figure out what we want to engage on, with whom, and how do we go about doing that? That partly goes back to the question that the city manager was just asking about, is how do we really get this ball going? As we heard, the last 4 years or so, we really haven't made progress. And yet the clock started ticking faster. And this is not something that we're going to get a do-over on. We've got to accelerate our efforts, as does everybody, because the pace of climate destruction is happening at a faster pace than we feared. So how do we up that? I think that it needs a real commitment from all levels, the council and the community and the staff. And I want to commend the work that the staff has been doing on this, but that work is complemented by political leadership and leveraging resources. We have all of our corporations, virtually everyone has their own increasingly aggressive climate action plans. And we should be collaborating with them and leveraging resources. They have expertise that leverages ours. They have highly qualified chief sustainability officers in many of these larger companies. And then we have all of our nonprofits at different levels, from large philanthropies to local nonprofits that are focused on this issue. I think that what we probably would be our best course would be an ad hoc council committee that leads this collaboration of staff, consultants, community members, and corporate members, and that we leverage our resources, because trying to do it with city dollars is not going to get it there. We're going to have certain commitments, but we need to leverage resources. We need to leverage intellects and knowledge. And there's no reason to think that we have all that that resides in our community. And one thing, just integrating this within our whole city governance, we have a lot of great work that is being done by city staff and management in our city staff. But as of right now, when they have job performance reviews, my understanding is they get evaluated for a variety of things, but how well their departments performed on climate protection isn't one of them, and how well they did. So I think we should be looking at how do we integrate that in performance reviews as well. Thanks.
Great. Anybody else? Councilmember Cormack?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So I threw out earlier the idea of a separate board or a blue ribbon committee. I really like the idea of doing a business roundtable, which was not exactly how the vice mayor described it, but some sort of like coalition of partners at that level makes a ton of sense. I guess if I think about an ad hoc, what we lose with that is the public input, which I think has been so remarkably valuable over these past couple of years. I mean, I'm not sure, the vice mayor looks perplexed, but ad hocs are usually aren't Brown Act. They don't have standing meetings like with public comment, et cetera. So, you know, I know it's possible we could have, well, I don't know if that makes sense to have both. I guess if I think about the magnitude of this problem, I think it deserves sustained attention from experts. And I think it should come to us regularly and more frequently. I totally agree with the mayor on that. But I think that will be necessary, but not sufficient for us to make the progress that needs to be made. This is a little bit like grade separation, train crossings, XCAP, right? We need some people who are spending time, and poor XCAP people were doing it practically every week in excruciating detail. This is super technical. Like, I mean, what the staff has done here is super high level. You know, the presentations that Mr. Abendschein and Dr. Perkins gave to UAC are extraordinarily detailed, and that's still only the beginning. So I think having citizen experts help us with this would also help with the communication part, right? Because again, there's a lot of people that we need to explain more about this to, and that's going to take some time. And that connects me to one thing I didn't talk about last time, which was the neighborhood programs. I think it might have been Councilmember Stone who mentioned that. Apologies if I get it attached to the wrong person, but that has a lot of potential around the sort of, you know, chatting with your neighbor about whether or not you should turn off the, you know, the fire pit in the back or what that's like, et cetera. Or people seeing, oh, hey, what are you doing? Oh, we're replacing it. We're getting an electric. We're going to heat with, you know, electric instead of gas in the water. So I think that has a lot of potential, and I hope we utilize that. And then I did just want to double click on the point that Councilmember Koo made about the resiliency of the grid. We're already getting lots of questions about that. And I think staff has done a good job in the webinars of explaining why just because you have natural gas doesn't mean you'll be able to heat your home when you know, the electric grid is turned off, and it has to do with you know, the new some of the new appliances, et cetera. So not opposed to an ad hoc, but I think having a panel of community members help us do this is going to be a necessary component. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. And no, Councilmember Cormack, I don't recall mentioning the neighborhood issue, but I agree with you. I think it's a great idea, and I can't remember which council member did talk about it, but I think a really important tool here to make sure that we have the community talking with each other as well. I want to second what Vice Mayor Burt was talking about proposing as far as the ad hoc committee. I think that's an important tool that we can be able to use to be able to keep these conversations ongoing. And also, but I'm open as well to any additional type of public engagement that we can get. My understanding is ad hoc committees can be made to be public. I mean, we don't have to do it behind closed doors. I know the Brown Act doesn't apply to it, but I don't see any reason why we can't choose to make those public and engage the community as well. So maybe it's looking at a type of ad hoc committee or whatever committee it may be that would best suit this particular model. So I don't think we should be concerned about kind of thinking outside the box on what that can look like. A couple of questions I have for staff. Is the state providing any funding to help cities reach the state's 80 by 50 goal?
I'm not aware of any of that funding. Anybody else on the team? Jonathan or Christine in particular?
We actually, as a utility, we are participants in a couple of cap and trade related programs. And as part of those, we're able to earn credits and sell them in order to generate revenue. They're actually fairly substantial funding sources. When I alluded to the idea of having funding sources that could be used to get some of these voluntary programs started without putting anything in front of the voters, those are the funding sources I'm talking about. And we talked about them last year with the council in talking about the REC exchange program and the use of those funds for local decarbonization. So we've already reserved some of those funds for that purpose.
Okay, that's good. And I would hope as we get closer and closer to the state's own deadline that they will start freeing up some more funding as well at the local level. Yeah, I'm glad to hear several of my colleagues, and I know it was in the staff report as well, as far as encouraging telecommuting as a way to reduce greenhouse gases. Yeah, I think we all saw the positive impacts this year on telecommuting, on GHG emissions. I talk a lot about the 7-week span at the height of shelter in place, where greenhouse gas emissions were reduced by 26% in the Bay Area, and with that making with road travel in Palo Alto making up 64% of our greenhouse gas emissions, I think this is going to be a critical tool for us to be able to use to be able to address this goal. My understanding is that there is a kind of a committee at the county level that has elected representatives from other local cities within the county, kind of working on telecommuting policies. I think I spoke with an elected in Mountain View who talked to me about that. Is city staff aware of any such committee that we could be a part of, or any of my colleagues?
Not aware of any group, Councilmember Shikata here, of any specific committee working on telecommuting, other than I do know that ABAG and MTC have been talking about overall policies.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And then just a couple other things. Does the city track the environmental impacts of demolition and construction in the city, and what level of impact does that have on the city's greenhouse gas emissions, according to like the pie chart you showed?
We don't look specifically at greenhouse gas impacts of construction and demolition. No, that's not part of what we do.
But we do have.
I would add, we have, speaking to these other areas that we didn't get into so much detail about tonight, like natural environment and zero waste. A big part of what we're doing in zero waste is the city's relatively new deconstruction ordinance, where people now, both businesses and residents or anybody who's going to knock down an entire building, has to do a salvage survey and actually deconstruct the building in a way that maximizes reuse and recycling.
Okay, thank you. I see out of time. It's not a question, it's just kind of like one last comment that I think it would be important to look at our own city fleet and our police cars. I mean, that has to be I know a lot of that is not electrified, and I'm always concerned whenever I walk by a parked police car with a police officer getting coffee or even breakfast at Bill's Cafe right next to me. The police cars are sitting idle, and that just seems like an unnecessary waste. And I think if we're going to be able to reach these ambitious goals, we need to look at every possibility to be able to do that. So, thank you.
Those electric cars have good acceleration. Councilmember Phil, since your hand was up, did you want to speak?
Sure. Well, two things. One, I concur with colleagues that on the discussion that the public engagement process is going to be the critical path here. The technical answer, it's slide 4, plus what Jonathan, Dean, Brad, and Christine are already working on. So what's left is the public engagement process. That's one. And two, Bill Gates' book is worth a read.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
I also wanted to add, we're always talking about, for example, what Councilmember Filsauf said, banned cars, if that's one of the plan that we're planning to do. But we should really be also encouraging or actually demanding MTC to be looking at public transportation and also getting the state to look into public transportation as well. So as I said, with the natural environment, with the electric grid, those are all things that are foundational. So if we don't have one to support another, it's very difficult to start telling people to use a different mode to come into the city or to go around the city, so that's something that I think that staff on a higher level can be reaching out to the state in order to get them to start working on investing in a lot of our infrastructure, in a lot of the programs that will help with the sustainability and with climate change. The other thing is that I think some of the programs that we have in the city already, for example, putting up solar panels on the rooftops and so forth, maybe the programs can be, the process can be a little bit more easier. I just got a call from a gentleman who says that he has a tar and gravel roof, but staff was not able to help him in order to determine how to put that on or which contractor to talk to. As a matter of fact, he said that roofers are not doing solar panels on tar and gravel. So those are some things that maybe can be looked into, how the process can be easier and how you can help people to achieve these sustainability goals. The other thing is on the neighborhood level, that's something that we can start working on. In my emergency preparedness days, when there was the earthquake, we emphasized using a foundation company in order to anchor the homes to the foundation, and they would do it in bulk. So if a homeowner could get other people to join in, then there was more discounts. So maybe at that level, that's something that we can start already now working on it versus waiting. So those were just my points, but I just want to put them out there. And also thank you again for this report. And I do want to emphasize again, please talk to the community. Please get their input, and resident stakeholders are really important, especially if we're going to be putting a ballot out, for parcel tax, in order to fund this, whatever means there is, they have to be involved. Thank you.
I'm on mute. Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any more comments? Okay, so I just want to focus on those big buckets that Councilmember Phelps has pointed out at the very beginning, some kind of cars and buildings. There was that slide about kind of the 6 points, TDM, VMT, land use. I think we've put some things in motion there. We've been pushing on those things. And one of the slides tonight said for households that need to drive. So it just felt a little bit off. I think we're still mostly a suburban community. We should be thinking about how do we get a suburban kind of city to zero greenhouse gas. And as we talk tonight, it might be focus on EV vehicles of all types, from scooters to bikes to cars to trucks to buses. And on the EV side, we spent a lot of time talking last year about getting more EVs in multifamily housing. One thing we may want to start talking about more is time of day charging, and that our cleanest power is during the day. And maybe those commercial goals for chargers at parking lots at workplaces should be much higher, much more aggressive sooner, rather than trying to get people to charge overnight, which is some of our dirtiest energy. I think we should do some, multifamily homes, but I'm just saying maybe we need to think about the workplace. And then on electrification, again, I'd like to see some really concrete steps. And we didn't talk a lot about water heating, but I know Carbon Free Palo Alto has kind of a fairly detailed plan that they've shared. You know, with this idea of replacing hot water heaters with, you know, on utility bill billing, and just making sure that we're ready when that hot water heater fails to replace it with a heat pump. There's a lot of places in the plan where I really want to see us move quicker, start moving earlier. Councilmember Burt talked about like commercial, and that may be easier targets in some places. It did feel like a lot of this was overly residential centric. And, you know, there was even things like commercial spaces over 25,000 square feet. The target was 40%. It made me wonder, does the math work out? Like, if we're not getting 80% out of those largest buildings in the city, how do we average it all out? And so I'd be careful about setting lower targets for commercial. And then city buildings, school buildings, I think we should be more aggressive. It was targeting completion by 2030. That feels like we'd already be late as well. So I just want to see those dates kind of pulled in. Finally, you know, with our own utilities, you know, working within the constraints of the state laws, are there things we can be doing in the way we bill for these things to really incentivize the kind of behaviors we want? You know, one thing is if people do electrify, they would kick them up to a higher tier. Maybe their electric bill goes up. It's kind of sending them the wrong incentive. Where can we recognize that their gas bill went to zero and not put them in a higher tier? You know, I've talked about water budget-based billing in the past. Really like us to see is how we can leverage our utility and really use billing as an incentive, because I think it's pervasive. It's something that can really set up the kinds of behaviors we want to see. I am hopeful with the Biden administration, this focus, that we will see, you know, more opportunities for federal grants, federal programs, things we can leverage. And I guess my last point is I'd really like to see a bias towards execution and to action. You know, I understand we reached the end of the first 5-year SCAP and now we're working on the next one, but we can't afford to be planning too long. And for the places where it's really clear what the next kind of low-hanging fruit is, or medium-hanging fruit now, we really need to start executing on that and not just keep waiting to finish all the planning. And so really to summarize, I think we need to focus on near-term targets. I would like to see us make our metrics really clear and visible. I think we should think about how we use our billing to incent behavior. Go back to the organization. Are we set up for success with clear responsibility and ownership? How do we leverage these community groups? I heard a lot of different ideas there. I think we need to have some more resolution around that. More frequent check-ins with council. And finally, again, that bias towards action. It's kind of how I'd summarize my comments. Okay, so okay, we finished 2 rounds. I think we're going to stop there. This was a study session tonight, but I want to thank all my colleagues again and staff for a good discussion. That brings us to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We did anticipate that this item was going to go quite a bit longer. So discussion with the city manager today, I think we prepared to move item 7, which is the retail ordinance and the CUP out. I think right now the plan is 2 weeks to March 8th.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Right. And so we will proceed with the agenda. We'll hear items 8 and 9 tonight. It's 8 o'clock. I guess I'd like to suggest we take another 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and get into the minutes. And Councilmember Baku, did you have a question?
A lot of residents are looking at item number 9, the last one, and they're interested in participating. Is there any possibility of moving that one ahead of Foothills Park?
I think there are likely people for Foothills as well. I think we can be pretty efficient. So I would say we'd stick to the order, but we've removed that one item, so we should get there much earlier.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 8:10. Okay, if council members are back, please put your camera on. Great, thank you. Looks like we have a quorum. So let's move on to oral communications. And given the time, let's do 2 minutes per speaker. The city clerk could go ahead.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Our first speaker is Todd Simon, to be followed by Andrew Fetter. Todd, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Todd, you need to unmute from your side. We'll move off and move on to Andrew Fetter. Andrew, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Andrew Fetter, and I live on Wellesley Street, next to the College Terrace Library in Palo Alto. And I went to public school in Palo Alto, and then I lived in Barron Park for about 10 years, and I've lived in College Terrace for about 20 years, where my wife and I have raised our 4 kids who attend Palo Alto schools. So tonight I'd like to bring your attention to a proposal for 2239 and 2241 Wellesley Street. It's fair to say that I oppose a proposal that an investment company called Cato Investments is proposing to rezone these R1 lots to a PHZ zoning lot. These lots and all surrounding lots are currently R1 lots. The proposal is a 3-story, 24-unit apartment complex. It's 35 feet tall and has a wall of 10 apartments breaking our daylight plane and looking down upon our house. The proposal exceeds R1 zoning on numerous fronts. So who is this developer, Cato Investments? They've invested over $60 million in the last 5 years in 13 properties in Palo Alto. Their parent company is Baker Street Advisors, a wealth management company. The goal of that company is to make money for their clients. Cato is asking for an upzone from an R1 to a PHZ zone. The date and time for this proceeding is yet to be determined. Cato has not met with a single member of the neighborhood nor the CTRA. Let's have projects like the Grant Road Teacher Project, which uses nonprofit groups with experience that meets with stakeholders, and move forward with a clear housing plan that will not allow developers to divide and conquer neighborhoods. I invite any of you to come visit the site. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hi, Beth.
Who? Our next speaker is Todd Simon, who we just lost also. Our next speaker is John Kelly. And our final speaker tonight, Joe Spalding at the end, and then Todd Simon just raised his hand again. So the last speaker will be Todd Simon. John Kelly, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, council members. Like Mr. Fetter, I'd also like to speak about 2239 and 2241 Wellesley, which I visited twice over the last 2 weekends. But I'm not speaking about the merits of that proposal. Instead, I'd like to call to your attention, as I did in a letter that I sent to you on February 15th, an article that was published in a local newspaper about 10 days ago, February 12th. That article appeared on the same day, or at least the printed copy that I got appeared on the same day as the conclusion of the second impeachment trial of former President Trump. And if any of you spent time, as I did, watching the proceedings of the United States Senate, you will know that there was considerable attention given to the words that we use in political discourse and the way that we interact with and show respect for elected officials such as yourselves. So I come here tonight not asking you to censor any person's speech or any journalist's writings, but as community leaders, I do think that you have the ability to educate and set an example for others. So I have 4 specific requests of you. The first is that I urge you to look at the comments in that article to which I drew your attention and to see them in the context of the article itself and the cover. Secondly, I ask you that you decide for yourselves whether you were as stunned as I would by the type of those specific comments, and ask whether that's the type of political discourse which will benefit our community at this singular historical moment. Thirdly, ask yourself whether you feel any responsibility to speak out to help enhance the quality of political discourse in our community. And if you do, then please speak out and not pass over those comments in silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Our next speaker is Neva Yarkin, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Lori Corey. Neva, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live 600 feet from Castellea. Before COVID, our streets were overcrowded with traffic. If Castellea's expansion is approved, adding another 125 more students will intensify this traffic. Building a parking garage with an entrance off of Embarcadero Bryant and exit Emerson Embarcadero will add to this traffic. Can you imagine adding more traffic to Embarcadero during commute hours? Also, what parent will want to be caught in a parking garage while rushing off to work? In Bill Gates' latest book on climate disaster, making 1 ton of cement, you get 1 ton of carbon dioxide as a byproduct. Would building this parking garage help the environment? With Castellea's expansion, daily car trips will increase to 1,477 car trips in the area. It should strongly be noted that 75% of Castellea's students live outside of Palo Alto, and the travel between their homes and Castellea campus is 7.69 miles. Looking at environmental issues, the city should urge Kiss and Ride shuttling service for most of the Castellea community. If shuttling is used, no parking garage would be needed, and the Bryant Bike Boulevard would be saved. I would also like to bring up a major safety issue that Castellea, that the City Council should demand be corrected before construction starts. Castellea wants to continue to teach classes in portable buildings while construction is going on in phase 2 of this project on Castellea property. How safe will that be? Enrollment should be decreased to 415, which is the current cap, till all the construction is totally finished. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neva. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Lori Corey and then Hank Souza. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, I want to say that Aaron James had his hand raised in the beginning and he's having tech problems. Okay, if you could let him talk, that'd be great. Okay, what I want to talk about is, fortunately, in agreement with the previous speaker, Ms. Yarkin, about Castellea. Castellea is coming before you, what they expect to be, and many of us expect to be, their final time, at which point it is expected by many people, especially Castellea itself, that you all will allow Castellea to do, to tear down its dormitory, all its buildings, and build the underground bunker and garage and Olympic-sized swimming pool, none of which are going to be shared with the community. All of you said extraordinarily important things in the last session. I heard some of the following things. One, that the city employees should be judged on how good they are for sustainability. I really want you to do that. If that could be taken, if you could consider that in your employee reviews. Jonathan Late and Rachel Tanner would then be fired. They should be fired anyway. As Ms. Tanner said last week in the Planning Commission meeting, she believes her job is to process applications. No, Her job is not to process applications. Her job and your job is to stand up and say no to bad ideas, to harmful ideas, to toxic ideas, to ideas that could lead to the deaths of seniors and children on bikes, ideas that will definitely unavoidably harm our community, put lives in danger, cause climate change, and cause the public to continue not to trust you. That'll make emergency preparedness so much more difficult. I have a kid at Pally. What if there's a lockdown at Pally or someone shows up with a gun and first responders can't get there because they can't get past Castilleja's construction? Please stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Lori Corey, to be followed by Hank Souza and then Joe Spalding. Lori, go ahead.
Hi, this is Lori Curry. I'd like to say hello to the new council members that weren't there last year. I'm coming back to revisit a topic. Me and my husband, we own Mac's Smoke Shop on Emerson Street in Palo Alto. And I just want to add a few quotes here. One being, local stores are an important part of the public space, and not just to provide supplies. You bump into friends and neighbors there. Just seeing each other reinforces a sense of community. Casual interactions can lead to opportunities. The further away the store, the less chance to enjoy these encounters. And that's a quote from Lydia Ku's website. And Lydia also said a couple other things earlier. I'm sort of digressing from what I planned to say. She talked about stakeholders in mom and pop shops, not in the context of sustainability, but she talked about people having confidence and trust in the city council and helping people adapt when it's difficult. And that's exactly what's happened here for our store. There was a ban on flavored tobacco last year, which has had a disastrous effect on our store and reduced our revenues by over 50%. We tried to pivot and it's just not working. It's a double whammy in the whole COVID environment. And what I sent an email out, and of course, all I got was an auto reply earlier, where I would really like council to reconsider what the staff brought to you last year. And we're not asking for vape. I'm making that abundantly clear. What I'd like is for city council to reconsider to allow our store to sell flavored tobacco as we had been doing for years and years and years, and try and help us stay afloat, because I tried to reason with logic. Now I'm just asking for mercy and compassion. And I hope the council reconsider what I've talked about and think about allowing us to sell our flavored tobacco in our little iconic shop.
Thank you, Lori. Our next speaker is Hank Souza, to be followed by Joe Spalding and then Todd Simon. Hank, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Hank, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Mayor Du Bois and council members. My name is Hank Souza and I live on the 100 block of Melville Avenue. My topic tonight is Castilleja's proposed expansion, which will come before you next month. There will most likely be lots of numbers involved, and I would like to focus on several of them in the next couple of minutes. First, 86 at-grade parking spaces are currently in use at the school. That is enough to accommodate an enrollment of 448 students. We neighbors like this number, as it would allow the school a modest increase from both the city mandated 415 and the current actual enrollment of 426. The increase to 448 is an 8% hike from 415. 415 was an 8% hike from 385, which was allowed in the previous CUP. There is additional historical perspective on the 448 enrollment number. Several years ago, the school had touted that number as the pedagogical optimum. Some of the council members may recall this, and I believe there is some correspondence alluding to that number. The same head of school now touts 540 as the new pedagogical optimum. Where will it end? If the council allows the asked for enrollment of 540, the additional car trips increase per the EIR from 1,198 to 1,477. In summary, most of us neighbors feel the 448 number is the one to go with. It gives the school a modest increase following the construction of the new buildings. No need to excavate a giant underground parking structure to store cars during the day. The school wants the new buildings to occupy the same square footage as the current ones, so the 86 cars that park on campus now can be accommodated with the new buildings. We have a long-standing agreement with the school that we stay off each other's sides of the street, so that leaves an additional 50 parking spots that bring the school side of the public streets available to them. We hope you can guide both sides to a mutually acceptable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Our next speaker is Joe Spalding, to be followed by Todd Simon. Joe, go ahead.
Thank you again, Council. I've got I've got something to bring to your attention that's quite a bit different than stuff usually gets talked about at City Council meetings. And the quick of it is I have a friend through a organization that we both volunteer together at. He's Brian Endless, Dr. Brian Endless. He works at Loyola University in Chicago, does their Africa Studies program there, and he's good friends with a man named Paul Rusesabagina. Paul is the hero that was portrayed by Don Cheadle in Hotel Rwanda. And Paul's been, frankly, and I know this sounds out there, but this is absolutely true and been reported in the New York Times this week, kidnapped by the Kagame regime in Rwanda. Paul is not a Rwandan citizen. He was kidnapped in a foreign country and brought back to Rwanda and is now facing a sham trial. I'm just asking folks, if you're hearing me here, to take a look at that story, look at the New York Times story, look at the Free Rusesabagina hashtag on Twitter and Facebook, and just get informed on this issue. The Belgian government had been dealing with the Rwandan government behind closed doors, and the big story now is that the Belgian parliament found out and is very upset about this. So we're going to be seeing an increasing amount of stories in the media, and I just, every chance that I get, I'm telling folks. So I really appreciate you giving me 2 minutes to talk about that here, and just hoping we can get him home and back to his family. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And our final speaker is Todd Simon. Todd, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Beth, and thank you, Council. My name is Todd Simon. I live on 3800 block of Lewis Road. Along with my neighbor, Kashama Jiraj, we have organized the Lewis Road Alliance. We are a group of 7 homes and 12 neighbors along Lewis Road between Ross and Adobe Creek overpass, so a very short, call it 1/10 of a mile stretch of Lewis, that are seeking road calming measures. We submitted a letter to the City Council in November seeking the council's support primarily for the installation of 2 speed bumps to slow traffic, which often speeds 40 to 50 miles per hour in either direction, north or south, well above the posted 20 miles per hour limit. My wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter, and we are very, very anxious for her safety along this stretch of Lewis Road. We are also worried about the numerous individuals, young families, and older citizens that are walking, jogging, biking on this road, using Lewis as a favored route to make their way within South Palo Alto to destinations like Ramos Park and Mitchell Park. The overpass itself is, of course, elevated, and cars traveling north are effectively blind to pedestrians and cyclists on the north side of the overpass, and likewise, pedestrians are blind to those same cars. I want to thank Councilman Tanaka for giving us some really valuable guidance and encouragement over the past few months. I actually started pursuing calming measures beginning in 2017 with the Transportation Department to no avail. So I'm really hopeful the full City Council can help us make this important safety measure a reality. We have a Facebook page. It's Lewis Road Traffic Calming. I'll repeat that, Lewis Road Traffic Calming. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. Mayor Du Bois, that's our last speaker with their hand up.
Great. Thank you to all the public speakers. We'll move on to minutes approval. Can I have a motion for our minutes?
I'll move approval of the action minutes as amended by the clerk.
I will second it. Let's go ahead and vote on those. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo. Oh,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Great. Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. Want to note that there was a memo correcting some of the dates on item number 6. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the consent calendar?
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the consent calendar, please raise your hand.
Okay, let's go ahead with 2 minutes, please.
Rebecca, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks all. I swear I'll be super brief. I'm not researched on number 5, so I'm not going to speak to that. But as to number 6, I think it would be an opportunity to really increase trust and faith in you all if you work hard to maybe not take as long of a summer and winter break, at least for yourselves, this year. This travel still really won't be back up to normal for summer and likely for winter either. And I think it would just be a nice way to show that you all are, making sacrifices like so many others are, because as we know, and by the way, I have tons of gratitude to council members Koo and Stone for mentioning the fact that there are a lot of people struggling financially in this community and being so mindful of that as you evaluated what it means to ban cars that take gas, understanding that just a small portion of our population can afford a Tesla. I mean, gosh, buying a new car, first of all, is terrible for the environment, even if it's electric. But second, no one can afford that. In our country, more than half of the people living in our country actually right now cannot afford an unexpected expenditure of $500. So to expect people to be able to afford an electric car, a new car, is just crazy. I'm so grateful to Council Member Koo for mentioning the importance of public transportation. Thank you. Anyway, and a good way for you to kind of just bond with those of us who are in our community amongst us who are suffering, maybe make a small sacrifice too. I know you all work so hard, but if I were up there, I would do it myself. Thank you so much for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
Yep, so we'll come back to council. Let's see, Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 5.
Voting no on 5. Do we have any motions for consent?
I move the consent.
Okay,
I'll second. I'll second.
Filseth, seconded by Koo. Let's go ahead and vote on consent with Councilmember Tanaka no on 5. I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0 with Tanaka no on 5. We're now at city manager comments.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I believe you may want to give Councilmember Tanaka opportunity to speak.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no vote?
Sure. So number 5 is about a $1.86 million bonus for the management and professional association. So I read this actually several times, and first of all, I think it's really important that we do negotiate with our staff in good faith. I think that's really important. One line I saw in that was really kind of interesting was it seemed like senior staff made a proposal to the union when they did not have authority to council to make such a proposal. Now, I don't know, it's maybe he said, she said type of thing, but it's I hope that doesn't happen, right? I think if that's why we have this $1.8 million penalty, then I think we should really look at that closely and make sure like this doesn't happen again. I think the staff report needed to go a little bit further as to why it happened, make sure the staff is not exceeding their power from council again, and that does not pattern on whether it's this issue or other ones, because this is a rather expensive mistake. Again, I do believe that it's important that we treat our labor unions fairly, especially our lower paid unions. They're the ones who service our city. But you know, as we talked about, you know, just not so many meetings ago, it's, you know, we're in a pretty dire financial situation right now, and a $1.8 million bonus for management staff, and where we might actually have to do more layoffs, just doesn't seem appropriate to me. I talked about it during last budget season that I think we should do a span of control. We should understand how many managers do we have versus employees. I mean, that's a fairly common metric that most organizations know. I think we need to know. We need to know how many managers are there versus employees. And I realize that this is a PERB decision. Maybe there's not much discretion on it, but I think everyone knows the situation the city's in terms of our finances. There's no secret about that. I think the people working for us are reasonable. We should be able to work with them to figure out a better way. Maybe it's actually giving the bonuses or giving them raises, but it's perhaps maybe having fewer managers and more employees and more people actually doing the work, or maybe having more performance-oriented bonuses. Because I do think talented managers are important. But I just, there's a lot of two pieces that really disturbed me about, which just, I didn't understand and how can staff or senior staff negotiate without council authority, and the bonuses struck me the wrong way in terms of where we are in our terms of our finances. And I think us as a city could do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see, let me get my PowerPoint going. So I will share screen on this at the risk of attempting it. We'll see how it goes. And actually, as I'm making that transition, let me just also note, as indicated in staff report, and council is aware, the item number 5 that was just approved has nothing to do with bonuses. This is for wages that would cover a period of during which dispute was raised and was resolved as indicated in the report. Okay, let's see. We'll start off manager's comments, actually jumping straight into the first topic area. Just a quick update on our pandemic status, summarizing a few items here. Let's see. Oh, that didn't work. All right, try that one more time. Sorry. All right, quick update on a few items here. Pandemic status currently remain in the purple tier, although as I'm sure council members and members of the public have heard, we do anticipate there may be changes in the near term. Vaccinations and testing remain very high on everyone's radar screen, with additional progress being made and additional announcements upcoming with respect to cohorts that are eligible for making appointments for vaccinations, as well as upcoming testing dates here in Palo Alto. Do want to note with respect to a couple of programs of support to local businesses that there's a restaurant relief grant program that was just announced today based on the generous donations of the Chan Zuckerberg initiative, as well as working with the Chambers of Commerce in San Mateo, as well as here in Palo Alto, to make grants available to local restaurants, as well as noting a new community effort called the restaurantrescue.org that is more of a grassroots effort to encourage support among residents for local Palo Alto restaurants as well. Note upcoming State of the City address, Mayor Du Bois, on March 4th at 7 p.m. We do have registration now open since this is upcoming very soon. I do want to encourage members of the community to sign up and get registered for this annual event under the city's webpage, under the news banner on our homepage. Then also just a note of, council's aware of this, but for community awareness, that we do have the upcoming retirement of Dr. Monique Lacange-Disenheny, the city's assistant city manager, effective middle of next month. We'll note that Kylie Nosé, our chief financial officer, has agreed to step in on an interim basis to cover the assistant city manager duties. And as you might expect, in order to cover those duties as well as her own, we'll be announcing some additional shuffling of responsibilities to ensure that we've got clear lines of points of contact as well as accountability within the city manager's office. Also upcoming, couple of key deadlines. One for applications for the remaining opening on the Planning and Transportation Commission. That deadline for applications is due tomorrow. And also for the Housing Element Working Group recruitment, the deadline is coming up on March 5th. Also information on these on the city's homepage. And also an upcoming key community meeting relating to the San Francisco Creek flood control project that the San Francisco Creek Jump Powers Authority, that's a mouthful, is holding upcoming community meetings virtually on February 23rd as well as March 2nd. Additional information on these meetings as well on our homepage. And then finally, just to note upcoming meetings to pick up the changes that the mayor mentioned under agenda changes with the retail ordinance that was scheduled for tonight's meeting being deferred to March 8th. In the meanwhile, coming up next week, we do have the mid-year budget discussion as well as a pre-screening for office proposal on Park Avenue, as well as the annual auditor's audit work plan, and a few other items in the upcoming weeks on the 8th, as well as additional dates through the month of March. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll just end on points of contact for members of the community to get involved and stay in touch with ongoing activities at the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to move ahead to item number 8, which is an adoption of an ordinance, an emergency ordinance around Foothills Park. Does staff want to go ahead?
Yes, let me ask Kristen O'Kane, our Director of Community Services, to lead off.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with the Community Services Department. With me today is Darren Anderson, our Assistant Director, the Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, Ann Cribs, and the Vice Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, Jeff Greenfield. So we're going to present this together. We're going to try to keep this very short. We just have a few slides. So just quickly, there's 3 recommendations in front of you this evening. One is to rename Foothills Park to Foothills Nature Preserve. One is to amend the municipal fee schedule to add an annual pass option and fee structure. And one is to amend the municipal code to adjust the attendance limit at Foothills Park. So I'm not going to go through all of the background of Foothills because that would be a few more slides here. So I will just cover the most recent actions. So most recently, City Council approved a $6 vehicle entrance fee for and visitor capacity limit with a range of 400 people at one time to a maximum of 500 people at one time. The council also directed the Parks and Rec Commission to return to council with considerations for fees, discounts, rules, and enforcement policies. After council approved the $6 vehicle entrance fee, we did receive quite a bit of feedback from our regular park users that for those that come to the park 4 or 5 times a week, a $6 vehicle entrance fee each time was not feasible, and realized that an annual pass option would be the best path forward. So the Parks and Rec Commission scheduled a special meeting on February 11th. And at that meeting, they made 3 recommendations. One was the name change, and the other was a recommended fee structure for annual passes, which includes some discounts, And they also revisited the capacity limits and are recommending some adjustments to that this evening. So I'm going to move to the next slide and turn it over to our chair, Ann Cribbs.
Thank you, Kristen. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Ann Cribbs, speaking tonight as the Chair of the Park and Recreation Commission. We did hold a special meeting on February 11th to discuss Foothill Park and make initial recommendations to the City Council. And the first recommendation is to provide an annual pass, keeping discounts simple to communicate and implement, and also consistent with neighboring county and state parks. So by a 7-0 vote, the commission is recommending the following. As you can see, amend the municipal fee schedule to add an annual pass option for Foothills Park. We're recommending $65 annual pass for non-Palo Alto residents, a $50 annual pass for Palo Alto residents and city employees, a 25% discount for seniors, disabled, and military, active military and veterans, and 25 to 50% discount for low income, and that would be variable based on incomes. This annual pass is only applicable to passenger vehicles with 9 people or less, not buses. One note, the commission did recommend providing a 25% discount for the annual pass to disabled visitors, but the Foothill Ad Hoc Committee is recommending that the daily entrance fee would be free to vehicles with a handicap placard. So tomorrow night, our commission will discuss additional policies and topics and make additional recommendations later this spring. We also want to recognize that as we go through the year, there will be more data and more recommendations, and we'd like to come back to the council in early fall and also at the end of the year with progress reports. Back to you, Kristen, or to Jeff, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ann. Yes, so we'll move on to our visitor limit adjustment, and Vice Chair Greenfield will present this slide.
Thank you, Kristen, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. The Commission recommends expanding the adjustment range of the visitor limit to between 300 and 650 people, or the equivalent number of vehicles. We don't know what the optimum visitor limit is yet. But this change will provide staff with the flexibility it needs to make dynamic changes as needed to work towards finding the best number, and also avoid unnecessary problems of needing to close the park when actually the capacity doesn't necessarily mandate that. Also, the Commission is formally recommending clarifying the groups that shouldn't apply to the visitor limit. This is a subject that Council had previously discussed back on January 19th. And so we're formally recommending that that groups with reservations at the campground, at the group picnic area and the interpretive center, and summer camp groups and field trips and volunteers in the park are not accounted towards the limit. And this makes the limit more focused on the number of the people that we're looking to assess it in determining the appropriate capacity. And now I'll pass it over back to Ann, who will introduce Darren. Thank you.
Darren, would you take us the rest of the way, please?
Yes, thank you. Darren Anderson with Community Services. Good evening. The annual passes would be available for purchase online and over phone beginning on February 27th, and staff will work on having the annual passes available in more locations soon. The Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation from their February 11th meeting, as you know, was a response for the emergency ordinance aimed at the annual pass and updated visitor limit. But there are a number of other policies the Commission will discuss on February 23rd, including entrance fees, waivers, discounts, large vehicle fees, pedestrian bicycle access, and field trips. And this will be aimed to achieving on March 23rd. They would make a recommendation for council consideration. Kristen?
Okay, so just back to the recommendations here. I did want to point out that the At Places memo includes an emergency ordinance and a regular ordinance that covers all 3 of these recommendations. So the the ordinance that was in the original agenda item, which just covers the renaming of Foothills Park to Foothills Nature Preserve, could be disregarded if council chooses to approve these three recommendations. And I do want to give our Deputy City Attorney, Tim Shimizu, a moment to clarify some language that was in the At Places ordinance. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim Shimizu right now.
Honor and Mayor and honorable council members, my name is Tim Shimizu, Deputy City Attorney, and just some points of clarification in the ordinance that are in the At Places packet. As you know, there are two ordinances, the so-called regular ordinance and also an emergency ordinance. And we received a helpful comment from Councilmember Cormack just to clarify section 3 of each ordinance. And that section deals with modifying the park limits, attendance limits. And so instead of reading as it does in your packet, it will read, we suggest that it should read, the city manager or designee may establish a capacity limit in the range of 300 people to 600 people at Foothills Park or Foothills Nature Preserve as in the regular ordinance. And the rest will read exactly the same. And this just is not meant to be substantive, it's just meant to be clarifying so that it's very clear in one sentence what the range is of the lower and upper limits of Foothill Park should council approve the new limits as recommended by PRC. There also was a typo in the regular ordinance. Interpretive was misspelled, and we will of course correct that also going forward. And the new language that I just spoke about is in the clerk has an updated recommended motion, and that will be in there for you to see at that time. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tim. And with that, Mayor Du Bois, we are finished with our presentation and are here to answer questions.
Great, thank you for that, everybody. Let's go to the public. I see 4 speakers with their hands up, so let's go for 2-minute rounds of the public, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the Foothills item, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then Hamilton Hitchings. Aaron, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, could I have a minute on the oral communication? I sat for 2 hours and had some technical glitch, and then I'll just do a minute on the other. Would that be okay?
I'm sorry, Aaron, we didn't see your hand up, and we're past oral at this point. Just please go ahead and talk to the item.
Okay, so, you know, I spoke to Parks and Recreation. They would not even raise the topic of naming the park after somebody like Ladoris Cordell. And you know, I looked at the council, I said, look, they all look like me. Maybe there's some, you know, bias there that they're not aware of, but not even to have a discussion that it could be called the Judge Ladoris Cordell or the Ladoris Cordell Foothill Nature Preserve. I really felt like, come on, Black History Month, we've got an extraordinary person that could make a difference. She pushed for this park to be open. First Black judge in Northern California, independent police auditor in San Jose, so many firsts, and done so much for Palo Alto, but there was just a recalcitrance to even want to discuss the topic. And that made me sad. So, you know, next month, by the way, is March is Women's Month, you know, the history of Women's Month. So maybe we'll talk about some other amazing women in Palo Alto who would, in my mind, be just as nice to name the preserve after. But I do notice, and I mentioned last time, that the city manager, and I can't see the time, I apologize, but it's not on my screen. So can you give me a heads up on how far I am into my little chat here?
You have 25 seconds left.
Yeah, is that the city manager under the ordinance for renaming can name like the interpretive center and trails after individuals. So I'm hoping that Chicago will take that into consideration and we can have a really diverse trail names, the interpretive center, et cetera, et cetera. Next week, I'll come back on oral communication on the topic that I want to discuss tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. And our final speaker will be Julie Beer. Winter, go ahead.
Yes, I support the an annual pass, and it can be certainly handled by online or in person, probably community services, just as signing up for the larger park picnic spaces are now. That works really great. Doesn't have to be handled by rangers at the park. And I support the name change to preserve. Also, but I support also the differential between residents and non-residents for a fee. But I'm disconcerted by this, these different buckets that we have: seniors, active military, veterans, and disabled. I think that it should just be low income. If a person is low income, that can be certainly easily certified, just as we do in the city anyway for certain certain classes and things like that. We have low income fees, and we can do it here too. I don't know why we have these different things. I know so many seniors that are extremely well off. I think that these categories are unnecessary assumptions of discounts. I'm all for low income discounts. Then lastly, I want to say on the capacity, the visitor capacity, I favor lower rather than higher. But I'm flummoxed by what all of these categories that we're not counting. I would like to have somebody tell us, staff, how many people does this in total hypothetically leave out of the count? And we haven't mentioned those that bicycle and hike in, because I would like to know what that number possibly is. It's not even going to be counted. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, then Jill Onan, and our final speaker will be Julie Beer. Hamilton, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a regular resident, and I've been a regular user of Foothill since COVID started. You know, prior to the park being opened, I regularly saw turkeys and deer pretty much on every visit. But since the crowds have come in, I haven't seen a single one of either. And I even go up in the hills too. I'm not just down in the loop. When I was in the park in late December, when the park limit was 750, it was a total madhouse. Almost every parking spot in the park was full. People were searching for parking. There were people everywhere. The capacity was excessive for a nature preserve. Thus, I think the limit of 650 is far too high. I mean, are we trying to optimize around parking spots? In addition, I believe this limit only applies to people coming in through the front gate in cars. So walk-ins, bikers, folks using campgrounds, camps, all these volunteers, all these other categories aren't even being counted. So it's really basically 750 at that point. Also, I know theoretically we can do a study which would be helpful, but it's just so easy to bias a study based on the people doing the study and the goals and objectives that at some point it just becomes counterproductive. Just as a simple example, are we trying to produce a healthy nature habitat for the wildlife versus maximize park capacity relative to parking? So if you decide to proceed with a study, I think you need to make it really clear what the objectives are in order to get anything useful out of it. But what I would recommend is basically what the council voted on for their emergency ordinance to make that permanent. And that's a limit of 500 people at a time on the weekends and 400 during the weekdays, with a parking fee of $6 and an annual pass. It's more than I'd like, but I think we have to acknowledge that a lot of people do want to use the park and we don't want to set it too low. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jill Onan, and our final speaker, Julie Beer. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thanks so much. So I'm extraordinarily opposed to having anything that smells like an entrance fee. Entrance fees are, by very definition, going to discriminate against lower income people, people of lesser means. There is such a thing, it's called environmental racism, where already people of color, communities of color have a lot less access to the natural environment. And an entrance fee just furthers that. I talk about it in my blog in more detail at rle.medium.com. But right now, I mostly want to talk about the fact that if you approve this in its current form, it's almost certainly going to put the city in breach of the permanent injunction. That is permanent injunction that is currently in place, that city council approved. And I don't know what's going on with the city attorney's office, but to have that not even be addressed. The permanent injunction, which actually, as I said, is a thing, exists, makes it extremely clear. It's 1 page long, 7 paragraphs long, 7 sentences long. And it says twice in those 7 sentences, it says, City of Palo Alto is permanently enjoined, means is not allowed to, from enacting or imposing any law, ordinance, rule, regulation, policy, or practice that prohibits or restricts access by non-residents of Palo Alto or otherwise discriminates between Palo Alto residents and non-residents. The proposed fee that charges, annual fee that charges the residents $50 and non-residents $65 is insanity. It's not necessary, and it puts the city into, into breach. I don't know what's going on with Molly Simp's office, that the deputy city attorney didn't even look at this injunction, but there's a lot of incompetence going around. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Jill Onan, to be followed by our final speaker, Julie Beer. Jill, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hi, council members. Jill Onan, and I would like to speak to the proposed fees for low-income and handicapped people. I appreciate the Parks and Recreation Commission's work in recommending those discounts, but I don't think they go far enough. I feel like there is some ableist bias that has pervaded the discussions about handicapped access, so I'd like to speak to that first. The National Park System, for your reference, offers people free lifetime access to the parks. And I think that's the model that we should adopt here. Handicapped people have many, many, many challenges in accessing the outdoors. Imposing any kind of fee or pass requirement, it just makes that even worse. But there's an additional thing that we need to consider here, which is that handicapped people need to not be counted toward the daily maximum, and we need to have access whenever we are able to get to the outdoors. Just to share my story briefly, I do walk. I'm not in a wheelchair anymore, but I walk with pain, and it takes multiple medications and several minutes of physical therapy to get me ready for a walk. On a day that I feel well enough to do that, I cannot drive up that hill and hope that they'll let me in at the gate. I need to know that I'll be able to get in. So I'd like to urge you to please first waive the fees for handicapped people, to provide more handicap parking, and to ensure that handicapped people will get into the park even when the daily limits are being approached. Secondly, on behalf of low-income people, I remind you that we are a diverse community. We have people who are in service industries and essential workers. We have people living in mobile homes. We have people who have very limited incomes. Those of us who just received $600 stimulus checks are not in a position to spend any portion of that money on park fees or annual passes. So I urge you to please waive the fees altogether for people who have an income low enough to qualify for federal stimulus checks. It really is important to help us all out during this pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill. And our final speaker is Julie Beer. Julie, go ahead. Julie, you need to unmute from your end. There you go. You have 2 minutes, Julie. Julie, did you wish to speak to this item? Mayor Du Bois, I'm not getting any response.
Okay, let's bring it back to council. As Councilmember Ku pointed out, we have a lot of people waiting for the next item, so let's try to be efficient, open to questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I have a number of questions for staff and a few for the Parks and Recreation Commission representatives. Thank you for being here. The first is any fees collected, this is for staff, do they go to the general fund or are they dedicated to this park?
They would go, thank you for that question, Councilmember Cormack. They would go to the general fund.
Okay, so I think that's important for people to understand. Next, did the Parks and Recreation Commission consider any free days or free passes at the library? There doesn't seem to be any free option for people who might really need it. That would be for Ms. Cribbs or Mr. Greenfield.
Yes, council member, we are considering free days, and that will be a discussion tomorrow night with a recommendation the next month.
Okay, so coming but not here yet.
Not here yet, but coming.
All right. Let's see. Another question also for the commission. What about, I know that there was a time period where fourth graders were allowed to get into all national parks for free. And in our school curriculum, it's third graders who spend their time on Palo Alto history and, you know, driving around to various parks. Did you guys think about letting third graders and PAUSD in for free?
Again, another discussion tomorrow night.
Okay, but specifically a grade you had talked about, or you talked about
No,
students?
I don't think we're aware of the grade situation at PAUSD about who gets to who studies what when. So that's a good piece of information.
Okay, well, I'm gonna, speaking as an individual member of council, I encourage you to do that because I remain very concerned about the fee. I'm just gonna say that. I remain concerned about it. And while we're on fees, this will be for Ms. O'Kane or Mr. Anderson. I spend, 4 hours up there most Saturdays, and I have to say they wave people through as quickly as they can. I have a lot of concerns about the time frame to connect that $6 fee at the door, as it were, and backing up traffic. Can you help me understand how this is going to go? Because I have a bad feeling.
Darren, would you like to take that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I think it will be a challenge during the peak times on weekends. I think it's fair to expect that there will be some backup. We'll do our very best to process it as quickly as we can. I think the PRC had analyzed that issue a little bit and tried to make the annual pass very reasonable to incentivize that and make it a little faster. Also under consideration for tomorrow night by the commission is pedestrians and bikes. I know we had discussed the option of should we be charging them. I think that's something they're taking to an account into trying to create an efficient and quick model of getting people into the park and avoiding backups as much as possible. So I think we're going to do our very best, but I think in all honesty, it's possible during peak times, you're going to see some backup onto Page Mill.
So if someone comes up, can they buy an annual pass at the gate?
Not right now. I think right now we're limited to online and phone. But what we try to do is make accommodations, like you can buy your ticket today and you can have that refunded off the cost of an annual pass if you were to purchase it that same week.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm just going to say that I think this is going to be a problem on the road. It's on Page Mill. So, and I still think it's possible that, we should consider this just for weekends. I am not happy with the fee to deter attendance. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that's the right way to approach this. Okay, other questions? How am I doing on time? Fine. Oh, while we're speaking about people on bikes and walking in, so I'm there at a pretty high demand time. It's usually sort of 9 to 1 on Saturdays, sometimes 10 to 2, it just depends. Really a handful of people walk in. I would say, coming some at the entrance. I only see those when I'm up there, but then a fair number, like the most of them would come up from beneath the water tower. So I don't think there's a ton. I understand there's a concern that people would, park somewhere they're not supposed to get around the $6 fee, but it's a pretty steep hill for those of you who haven't done it. And then with respect to cyclists, it's certainly a popular place. I know we have a colleague who cycles up there. My experience again is they come up, they do the loop, they take a deep breath, they take a photo at Vista Hill, you know, they pat themselves on the back. I usually say congratulations and be safe on their way down. So I don't see the cyclists causing significant amount of being there for a long period of time or causing really any trouble up there. And I'm out of time. Okay. Oof.
All right, Councilmember Philseth and Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, so thanks to the Parks and Rec Commission, I completely agree on the annual pass. I'm not sure I understood the explanation on the 650, please. Could you sort of walk through that again?
Sure. Darren, do you want to take that or do you want me to?
I'm glad to share, Vice Chair Greenfield. I think the concept, Councilmember Philseth, was to build in flexibility, saying we're still figuring out how the park works. I'll give you one example. On even our 750 days when it was fairly chaotic, this is in late December, early January, I'd go down to Oak Grove parking lot that has 90 parking spaces and there wasn't one car. And so some of the thought process behind this is if we develop the 7.7 acres area as an attraction area where people might want to come, there may be more capacity than we think. If we can do something to encourage people to look at something beyond the lake and Orchard Glen and Vista Hill and see some of the other parts of the park and spread out that visitation, might be able to safely and comfortably accommodate those numbers. It's not to say that we'd start with that. I think the 500 people or 200 vehicles seems to be working quite well, but just to build in flexibility, I think is what the thought process was behind the commission. And certainly I can echo that.
Did I hear you just say that if we approve a 650 limit, then you wouldn't actually go there until the 7.7 acres was open, or there were other mechanisms in place to make sure that everybody didn't scrunch up in one place? Did you just say that?
Well, the city manager would be making the call, but that would be part of my recommendation is that 650, as we felt with the 750, it's pretty close. That right now, the way the groups are clumping in those high use areas is a little too much, and I don't think it works well. So I think we would have to have something change, and that's what staff would continue to evaluate. Is the use patterns changing? Are people coming in and using different parts of the park? And I think we would monitor that and pass that information on to the city manager to make those calls.
And if I could just add, I think the commission's thought is that 650 is probably a high number that we won't actually hit, but we're giving staff the flexibility to make this adjustment if a need arises.
Well, now wait a second here, okay? Right. I think you guys said a couple times that that the 500 limit had been hit multiple times, right? So why would anybody think we wouldn't hit 650, right? I mean, that makes no sense.
I think what we're talking about is staff would set the daily limit to a given number on a day, and that's what the limit is. If the experience in the park suggests that greater capacity could be handled, then they can consider adjusting the limit up for another day. But does that clarify?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Parks and Recreation Commission for bringing back these recommendations to us so quickly. I appreciate it, and staff working with them. I'm trying to get a better sense to understand kind of like the thinking behind not counting the certain groups with reservations and school groups and volunteers not being counted towards the cap. Can the Parks and Rec Commission kind of elaborate on that a little bit? And is there any type of anticipated additional number of visitors from those groups that we can anticipate during peak times to get a better sense of really how many people might be in the park beyond what the cap is?
So, Councilmember, when we were speaking about the groups that wouldn't be counted in the park. Some of them that come to mind are the summer camps and, for instance, Girl Scout camps and others. And when the camps are in the park, they typically go in one place or another and pretty much stay in their groups. They don't necessarily spread out all over the park. And so we felt like that they probably should be exempt from the count, and we would look at it at the end of the summer and see how that worked out. In terms of volunteers are coming in for a specific project, and we felt like they would also be targeted on in particular areas rather than, again, spread out through the park. And then there was one other groups who come in for school trips would be, if they're over 25 people in a group, they would get a permit. And so we would pretty much know where they're going. So we wanted to exclude those from the overall count of visitors.
If I could add also, most of the field trips and the camps are on weekdays during the day, which are not peak periods. And I think a big part of the rationale is to keep things simpler for staff. Also, if somebody has a campground reservation, certainly we would be letting them in the preserve, even if it was at capacity. Also, the groups that are making reservations are typically going to areas that aren't the high use areas, the campground area, the Oak Grove picnic area at the end of the road, which isn't very crowded.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate the difficulty of this and kind of trying to understand this really unprecedented type of problem that we're having to try to figure out what these numbers are. And I like the idea of the flexibility and routinely coming back to check on, is this working or not. One of the areas though that I'm still struggling with, I'm fully behind the annual pass and the fee at the gate. I'm still struggling with some of the discounts. I thought one of our speakers, Winter Dellenbach, made a good point about like the senior discount. Is that necessary? Is that not? As far as I think the veteran the veteran discount, I think the fee should be waived for veterans. I think if you've served our country and put your life on the line, you shouldn't be charged to get into one of our parks. I think that's an easy one to do a fee waiver. And as far as the low income discounts, I don't like the idea that I like the idea of the variable based income, but the 25 to 50%, I think we should be looking at 25 to 100% or 50% to 100%. I mean, the studies are just so clear, the importance of people being able to get outside, get into nature. And we know low-income neighborhoods generally have far less access to green space, and I think it's really important to be able to provide that opportunity, and to be able to just kind of, right? I mean, frankly, just to be able to show the world that Palo Alto, we're not trying to exclude these groups, that we're opening the door and trying to and want to be good neighbors. And so I don't see a problem in just having a fee waiver for people of a particular income level. Finally, I know, I get the logic behind the. I like the idea of having the fee waiver at the gate for vehicles with a disabled placard. I think that's a great idea, and I understand the logic then of removing the need to have to having that discount for the annual pass, because right doesn't make sense if you're getting that a free entry at the gate. I'm still going to put in a pitch for having a student discount. I agree the student discount on the annual pass doesn't make sense, but for students coming up to Foothills Park with their friends, if they can just show a student ID at the gate and not have to pay the $6 fee, I don't see how that would I don't see how that slows down the process. I actually think it speeds up the process, not having to deal with money. Just here's my Foothill College ID. Here's my Gun High School ID. So I'll definitely be pushing for that when we get to the point of making motions. So thank you.
We are at that point. Vice Mayor Burt.
So first, I'd like to really thank the Parks and Rec Commission and the staff for having moved through a thoughtful consideration of these nuances in a really expedited fashion. And I think it's a good set of recommendations. And that each of us could probably lean to tweaking one way or another. I'm going to make a couple of suggestions in a motion to incorporate some of the comments that I've heard from colleagues. I'd also like to say that even though the fees go to the general fund, we've already seen that the costs of opening the park up are going to exceed any additional fee revenue. And those costs are covered out of the general fund. So the dollars go from the fees into the general fund, and then we have to even take more dollars than that out of the general fund to cover the additional park expenses. So I would like to move that we adopt the two ordinances, the emergency ordinance and the attached emergency ordinance and the attached regular ordinance, with a change that veterans, low-income visitors, and students all have no fee charged.
I'll second that.
Okay. And I think I've spoken to it enough. So, Councilmember Stone?
Yep, I've spoken to it as well. Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt, for the motion.
Councilmember Ku?
A question for the maker and the seconder. When you include students, is that open to Stanford students as well, and other students, all students?
Yeah,
Hill College students?
Yeah,
Just
so
kind of clarity.
I think it would be a challenge to kind of set up distinctions amongst different students, and so I think I'm comfortable with just a blanket allowance.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I want to thank Parks and Recreation Committee as well. I'm their liaison, so I know the amount of work that they've been doing and the discussions that they have. They've also come up with a comprehensive, very, very comprehensive list of topics to review throughout this year to ensure that the park or the preserve is going to be opened responsibly and to maintain it as such. There is one thing that I do want to point out, that oftentimes we're looking at the entrance fees and for vehicles and all that, looking at county parks. So I do want to remind that, here at the city, we're doing this through our general fund. We don't have parcel taxes like what county parks have in order to fund to fund it. So that's just one reminder. And also, I would like to add that as we go forward, that there is report back about the impacts to the residents that live there, the traffic concerns. So I was just wondering, I don't remember seeing that on the list. So is that on the list of what PRC is looking at?
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. I'll defer to the chair and vice chair on whether they plan on discussing this tomorrow night, but I will say that we do have a specific work group. We have 3 work groups, actually, one focused on people, one focused on infrastructure, and one focused on the environment, that involve multiple organizations and community partners, including the town of Los Altos Hills. And they are, we're working with staff from the town of Los Altos Hills to identify what those concerns are along the roadways there and in front of people's driveways. And we're hoping to get the assistance of some of our other departments within the city to address those concerns.
Okay. I just want those to have attention to it too, because there's huge impacts over there. And then I was wondering if it'd be okay to have a friendly amendment to add in there for council for the PRC to update after our summer break sometime in August?
Yeah, that sounds fine. And when you get done, I neglected one other issue on the motion.
Okay. I think I'm done. I mean, if you're willing to accept that friendly amendment, then
Sure.
I'm done.
Okay, I guess both of us. And Mayor, if I might just ask, I neglected to ask colleagues how they feel about not having the handicapped placard displaying visitors to count against the daily limit, and that they would automatically be allowed entrance. It strikes me that staff, if whatever number of handicap visitors there are, staff could adjust down if they saw a need to the total number of visitors, so that those visitors don't increase the total number to an unmanageable level. But I'll leave that open to colleagues whether they want to propose that as an amendment.
Okay, I haven't spoken yet, so I'll jump in. Couple quick questions. So how many people can reserve Oak Grove? I mean, how big is Oak Grove?
The maximum is 150 people.
And then how many can reserve the interpretive center?
I think it's about 30.
Okay, so potentially 200 people when it counts. And then question, maybe for you, Darren, maybe for Molly, do we need to allow any size vehicle into the park that's allowed on the roadway, or can we restrict it based on size? And I'm thinking about tour buses in particular.
I can answer two parts. One, we have a restriction at the Baylands for weight, vehicle weight. And I guess regarding size at Foothills Park, we do allow in and would continue to allow in the buses that bring in the camp kids, which are 55-person school buses.
Right. Yeah, I wondered if we could, allow school buses, but not, tour buses. So I'm trying to understand the motion in regards to the ordinance, since an emergency ordinance will go into effect immediately. What is the definition of low income?
So we, for our recreation classes, we have our fee reduction program, and we define low income the same way that HUD defines low income. So we use those guidelines to charge the appropriate fee reduction.
Right. So you had a sliding scale, but now we're saying free for low income. So I'm wondering what's the trigger? Is that 80% AMI? Is it?
I will have to pull that up quickly. If you have an additional question, I can
Yeah,
pull this up.
sure. So if I understand the motion, it'd be $65 for non-residents, $50 for residents, 25% discount for seniors, active military, disabled, free for veterans, students, and low income. And again, this is per vehicle. So I think we're saying that any vehicle with basically a child in it would get in for free. My comments, I appreciate timing on the annual pass. I think it's awesome we can do that so quickly. Again, as Parks and Rec looks at this further, I really do think we should look at vehicles over a certain size. Maybe that's by weight, or maybe it's, again, if we can consider, again, we're changing this to a nature preserve. I think words are important. And if we start to see a problem with very large vehicles, I think we might want to not allow those. And the other thing with a nature preserve, I really think we should start to think about how does this park differ from an urban park in terms of its activities. I do think this is not a place we want to encourage like large corporate events. And again, I'm a little concerned hearing that Oak Grove can be reserved for 150 people. The in terms of the total number, I heard some kind of maybe questions, concerns from colleagues. I do think over time we should also maybe start to focus on the people in the park, not the vehicles. Perhaps, I'm not sure, but the hours the park is open, considering the impacts on the animals that we're hearing. And again, I keep hearing about this clumping problem. I'd really urge staff and the Parks and Rec Commission to think about clearly defined parking spots or some way to define, when basically the lake is full and that you need to go park down near Oak Grove. And finally, again, we are already adding more complexity. I'd really urge trying to keep it simple. Every exception, every extra rule here costs us, and I think keeping it simple and clear is probably best. Okay, so we will go through another round. I'm just going to go down the order I see the hands. I'm not sure when they went up. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. One question I don't know the answer to, staff. Will the annual pass be for a person or a household or a vehicle?
Yeah, I can help answer that one, Councilmember Cormack. It would be for a household with up to 2 vehicles with the capacity of 9 people or less. And so anyone in that household could take one of those vehicles in the pass up to the park and get free entrance.
Okay, so the pass will be tied to like a license plate. I hesitate to say that since we have our next topic coming. Okay,
Yes.
All right, that's really helpful to know. Thank you, appreciate that.
Sure.
I am now officially confused about disabled persons because I've heard I think 3 different things. So could them, I heard a request that they be allowed entrance for free. And then I heard the mayor read off the motion with that in there. Could the maker and seconder clarify for me if we have any discount in here for people with a disabled placard?
Let's see, for the discount, I'm sorry, I spoke to whether they would count against the total. I don't think we captured it on the discount. And I should also add that the mayor brought up a question of whether any student or child in a car would qualify for that discount. And I think that begs clarification that we're talking about the drivers and not occupants. So if you wanted to, Councilmember Cormack propose an amendment on the handicap, feel free to do so.
Okay, and then I want to return to what you said because now I'm definitely confused.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, all right. So let's start with disabled persons with a placard. My friendly amendment would be that fees would be waived for those people as well.
That's acceptable to me.
Same with me.
Great, thank you so much. And now let us go back to like, there's a family and they don't have an annual pass and there's a student in the car. Do we charge them the entrance fee or not?
Yes, that was the intention of the motion.
And is that how staff understood it?
I don't think we clarified, so I wouldn't expect him. I hadn't thought of the distinction myself.
Okay, it's important to me. I'm getting close to maybe be willing to support this motion if a student is able to come with their family for free, but does staff want to talk with us about this? Thoughts?
Sounds like the applicable question may be one of feasibility. So is staff able to administer what's been proposed? So again, it would be students' ID presented by the driver.
It might be a challenge. I think not every, just like with identification when we were checking ID for residency, not everyone's got an ID that shows they're a student. And that may be a challenge. Not every school and every grade has student IDs. That could be a little bit of an implementation issue, but probably could be overcome.
If I might, Darren, I'm not aware of students who are of an age that can drive that where the schools don't provide IDs. And if they, and either way, the motion intent would be an ID would be required. And it'd be for the driver.
Okay, but the maker then of the motion intends that this be the student as a driver.
Yes. And the reason is that I don't think that every family, no matter how well off they are, if they have a child in the car, that they get in free. I don't think that was the intention of the original ordinance at all.
Okay, I'll let your seconder maybe get back on that. And then I just want to say that I do support having the Parks and Rec Commission come back to us and let us know how this is going. And I fully expect us to have to make changes throughout the year. At this point, I'm not sure that I can support the motion, but I will continue to listen to my colleagues.
Sorry, Councilmember Koo, then Councilmember Stone.
I'm sorry, I don't have my hand up. Thank you.
Well, you did, but.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, just weighing in, I agree with the Vice Mayor. My intent behind the student discount is to, as a way to incentivize students going up to the park. I agree. I agree if it's just any car that has a child in the car is not going to, that kind of defeats the purpose of that incentive tool for young people to go up to the park themselves to be able to appreciate nature. I don't think it was intended to be kind of a loophole to be able to have families be able to get free entry. And you know, I would also like to, I forgot to mention in the original motion, and I'm glad the Vice Mayor brought it up, to add an amendment to not count disabled visitors under the cap. If the motioner is okay with it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. So I think we should go. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to really all colleagues on the emergency ordinance, because it requires a supermajority. It's just a reminder that we had a first reading, and we're correct. That's the second reading. Oh, I am confused. This first or second reading of the emergency ordinance.
There's only one reading on it.
Yes.
Only one reading. Okay.
Right.
So we've tonight added a whole bunch of ways in which we've accommodated different groups who have either income or other special needs. And I think it's really made this a better ordinance. So I think that each of us, if we were to individually sculpt the ordinance, we might tweak it a little bit here or a little bit there. But this is about us moving forward with something that has a lot of more inclusive elements to it. And so I think it's good, and I think it piggybacks on the excellent work that the Parks and Rec Commission did real promptly. And so the alternative I think is less favorable than what we have here.
Okay, are any other council member comments?
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question on the motion?
Sure.
Thanks. So you talked about the students would be only students who are behind the wheel driving there. Could that be explicitly stated in the motion so that
Sure.
we aren't debating that?
It looks like it's just been done.
Thank you. And then is the same for veterans? or persons with disabilities? I guess that,
So,
Not
so
to
I
open a can of
deliberately
worms.
on the disabilities and the veterans, I didn't make that distinction, and that was deliberate. And if that's good with the seconder and others, that was the intention, to allow a car that has a disabled person or a veteran in it to go in, whether they're the driver or not.
Or disabled, we're saying there's a disabled placard on the vehicle.
Yes, yes, correct.
The record may reflect that student drivers means students behind the wheel, not a person with a learning permit.
Right. We're getting very narrow here.
thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff and the PRC for your guys' work on this. Just in regards to the question about the student driver, I'm just trying to understand the logic here. So if a family has a student who could drive, I mean, that means a kid that's old enough that they can drive, they could get in for free. But a family with younger children, let's say 4 years old, whose student can't drive yet, or maybe not 4, maybe like 8 years old, who can't drive, doesn't get in for free. Does that make sense? So basically older families get in, but younger families don't. Is that how that works? Maybe the maker and seconder could kind of explain what is the intent here.
Intent was to accommodate principally college students, but there may be a few high schoolers who are able to drive themselves. But it's those who are students who would normally qualify for student discounts at museums and different things like that, who are of driving age. So just like no law is going to be perfect, we're not going to be able to just make it perfect for every circumstance and balanced. So yes, that's where we were, the intent of why we described it that way.
Okay.
And yeah, and if I could just kind of add on, I agree that being the intent of it. Just speaking with my own students who are high school students who expressed concerns when we initiated fees about just not being able to afford it, not wanting to go up with only go up with their family to be able to have their family pay. The idea that we are creating these incentives for these young people to be able to go on their own, and I don't know how we would be able to draft this motion in a way that wouldn't make it overly complicated and burdensome to create that specific kind of cutout.
Because I mean, I always wonder whether the simplest thing is just low income, right? Because I mean, maybe the student driver is like from Atherton, right? Or Los Altos Hills or Portola Valley or, Old Palo Alto, and they're like, very wealthy, right? They probably don't need a free pass, right? But isn't that really what we're trying to get at? Isn't it just low income? Isn't that the intent? I mean, it just seems.
But Councilmember Tanaka, let me clarify. The low income discounts, as I understand them, that's for the passes and people who would go through our normal qualification, not on the daily, because we don't have a mechanism to make that distinction on a daily basis. So if somebody drives up, they wouldn't have filled out the form and proved that they're low income. So it's on the passes that the low income applies.
Okay. Anyway,
it's not going to be perfect.
It's a little bit. People could say it's a little bit unfair to young families, but okay.
Okay, I suggest we vote on the motion on the screen. I also suggest that we split it, vote on the emergency ordinance first, which requires 6 votes. And then we can vote on the regular ordinance. So I'm going to go ahead and start with, so it's on the emergency ordinance. Councilmember Filseth?
Yep.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. I'm sorry, we'll have to go through the regular ordinance. Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Filson.
Yes.
Okay, so those both pass, and we will thank you very much. We will move on to our last item tonight, approval of license plate readers. I suggest we just keep going. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, let me ask Mr. Cami to jump in and be crisp with our presentation, please.
Hi, thank you. Yes, let me just try and share my screen here.
We are back on schedule, so.
Still like crisp.
Okay, there. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable City Council, and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and joining me tonight is Nate Baird, the city's parking manager. Tonight's item on automated license plate recognition, or ALPR, or you might even hear LPR, is a follow-up to several other parking management items that have been before council in the past, including the 2017 Dixon Resources Unlimited Parking Management Study, which specifically recommended implementing vehicle-mounted license plate recognition LPR units to improve efficiency. The 2019 MRG Parking Work Plan, which included 35 recommendations, including to establish parking availability standards in the RPP zones, reviewing the level of funding subsidy for the residential permit parking program, and a few other recommendations that also tie to this. And finally, the LPR was included in the fiscal year 2021 operating budget as a strategic policy change to allow the RPP to return subsidy to the general fund and remain financially solvent. And so I want to highlight the Dixon recommendation that the city switch to utilizing LPR as it improves efficiency, because this means that the city can use less resources and patrol areas more quickly, thus preventing illegal parkers from intruding into the neighborhoods or attempting to circumvent rules by moving their cars a few blocks. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nate Baird, who's going to go over why now.
Good evening, council members, vice mayor, and mayor. So I'll be presenting 5 good reasons to adopt. We're recommending adoption of ALPR technology right now, automatic licensing, license plate recognition technology. Number 1, on slide 2, an ALPR surveillance use policy has been developed, attached to the report, to clearly define how the ALPR data will be used, what information will be collected, how the data will be secured, how the information will be retained, and who will have access to the data. We'll provide full details on this, the latter half of this presentation. Number 2, moving forward with ALPR right now enables the potential development of contactless digital permits, including features like mobile app management of permits and guest permits, enabling a variety of potential customer and guest improvements to our permits. This does not mean we will eliminate hang tag or other hard permits altogether necessarily, but the decreasing reliance on hard permits over time improves operational efficiencies. We also believe some additional digital permit types may be more attractive to customers and for managing parking demand over time. Number 3, parking enforcement officers will be able to monitor permit zones and time limited zones with ALPR, streamlining enforcement efforts in the RPPs. This cuts down on the time required to verify physical permits or check chalk vehicles for time limits. Number 4, the use of ALPR for collecting parking occupancy and utilization data is an ongoing and cost-effective way for the city to understand parking occupancy and utilization trends, which allows for growing our ability to advance data-driven decision-making when it comes to our parking programs. Finally, in May of 2020, the Office of Transportation presented some key strategies for improving financial sustainability in the RPPs. which currently operate at a deficit, including utilizing ALPR as a key strategy for improving financial sustainability in particular. Subsequent slides will go into each of these points with a little bit more detail, and then I'll spend specific time on how the City of Palo Alto ALPR surveillance policy goes beyond typical state requirements with a more limited parking management oriented usage that the attached policy will configure for our use of the technology. All right, so slide 3. Best practices for, can you go to the next slide? Best practices for parking management require a data-driven approach. Rather than reacting to perceptions, parking demand management strategies are most effective when the changes are made incrementally based on data and specific understanding of parking issues. Over time, we need to build a system that uses pricing to manage parking demand, particularly short-term parking. The approach of doing a study 1 year and then adding community engagement of options and then setting in prices needs to transition eventually to a process of continual improvement that regularly reviews parking occupancy trends, as well as permit sales information, customer feedback, and pricing policies. And this will help us manage ahead of economic or event-based disruptions and developments in parking demand over time. For the RPPs, adopting parking availability standards is the key goal of the 2019 NRG recommendations, which Philip mentioned earlier. And parking occupancy rates cannot be understood clearly without regular data evaluation. Moving forward with ALPR now helps ground future decisions on program operations and pricing with a better community understanding of parking utilization at either the block or district level publicly. Slide 4. Major parking initiatives currently underway are consistent with ALPR adoption, including the continued launch of digital purchase options for city parking permit programs and continued discussion with RPP stakeholders and customers about potential program improvements. Staff are also preparing for publishing on the website a draft Palo Alto action plan to consolidate into one place previous policy and council recommendations into an actionable operation-centric implementation plan. This will include a parking roadmap to detail initiatives underway, as well as initiatives potentially on deck next or further out. Adding ALPR to these efforts will offer staff the ability to develop customer options programmatically responsive to their actual parking needs over time and as our parking needs develop and change. Next slide, slide 5.
Hey, are we on the right slide? We seem to.
Yeah, go back one slide, Philip. So this past fall, online permit purchasing was launched for College Terrace and Crescent Park. Southgate and Old Palo Alto will launch next, with downtown and Evergreen Park Mayfield following. This should actually be spring, summer 2022, actually, for downtown and Evergreen Park Mayfield. Regarding enforcement, most of our neighboring cities have resumed commercial and residential zone enforcement. Resuming enforcement encourages reopening businesses and commercial district visitors to utilize readily available commercial parking facilities and facilitates tracking permit sales demand again. In October, November, staff began soft enforcement in the RPPs and were ready to move into hard enforcement, but the winter upgrade and county restrictions caused us to pause the transition to hard enforcement. So staff are now reviewing options for restarting enforcement in both RPP and commercial zones, again, as vaccination rates rise and economic activity returns. But we are coordinating with stakeholders and businesses on how that plan is rolled out exactly. Next slide, upcoming parking policy discussions. Items up for prioritized discussion regarding potential program enhancements include permit pricing policy considerations, including the creation of a low-income garage permit, mobile payment options, and hang tag permits. Many of these options will receive initial review at PTC in about a month. We will present to finance after additional outreach and the development of more specific pricing policy options. Understanding whether ALPR will be utilized or not considerably influences what sort of programmatic changes can be easily implemented with customer and community support. And then finally, we get to the finances. This table summarizes the estimated enforcement costs budgeted and expected with this contract addendum. Estimates in fiscal year 23 and beyond for this 5-year contract are not finalized, but generally ALPR realizes immediate and ongoing cost savings and contract enforcement costs. And I'm going to kind of underscore this once more. It really provides invaluable data for understanding how well parking program measures are doing at addressing parking demand over time. The one-time cost for LPR purchases in fiscal year 21 and then maintenance over 5 years provides significant savings in even just the first 2 years implemented. Additional savings achieved by switching to LPR and discontinuing data collection contracts are also significant and continue through all 5 years of the contract. Program evaluation in subsequent years is made far easier without contractor counts required. All right, next slide. Okay, so the presentation now pivots to how our ALPR surveillance policy defines how the data will be used, what information will be collected, how the data will be secured, how the information will be retained, and who will have access to the data. These are all the requirements of the surveillance policy that Council passed. The developed policy will cover ALPR enforcement usage in downtown, Evergreen Park Mayfield, Old Palo Alto, and Southgate RPP districts. We hope to expand areas covered over time, but right now the Duncan Management and Citation contract provides progress right away in these districts. Genetec hardware will be deployed by Serco vehicles who are contracted to supply our enforcement forces in these districts to check flagged license plate encounters against a daily updated list of permit holders maintained by Duncan, utilizing Genetec's protected and secure cloud servers. Customer data, including name, address, and license plate, is protected by secure file transfer protocols and other network security measures according to already existing city policy and also Duncan and Serco contractual obligations. Collected customer and non-customer license plate information, if unflagged, will be purged after 96 hours without being compared to Duncan's daily updated customer database and without review or other collection. On the following slide, we provide a visual diagram of the vendors and staff potentially involved with pre-citation flagging, license plate encounter data, which is protected by the security protocols and access reporting as well. On the next slide, go to the next slide, Flip. This slide summarizes the security environment for our vendors and city staff. In the middle of the slide is the Genetec data center, which hosts the application where license plate location encounters are held for 96 hours for comparison to the Duncan maintained customer permit list in the case of any violation. City permits provide exemption to posted city rules according to customer contract and agreement. IT staff have underscored the following security points established via IT's business impact assessment and vendor information security assessment evaluations. Again, these are the key points. Any data transferred between the city and vendors are protected with secure data transfer protocols, HTTPS and SFTP. Only authorized city staff and vendor employees are allowed to access the data through a secure access control process, which documents specific staff and vendor access for audit purposes. Before a violation is documented, access to live license plate data encounters are very restricted and require reporting. Finally, license plate data itself is not protected personal data. It actually requires access to the state DMV for citations to be issued. The vendors, Duncan Solution and Genetec, have gone through the city's visa and BIA processes to document all of this. Finally, citations, which license plate images gained via this technology will be appended to, are governed by the city's own privacy policies. The current data retention center for citations is 2 years. However, the main data point that we're kind of considering right now is the unflagged data that is only kept for 96 hours. All right, and then next slide, Flip. And, go back one, sorry, we're not quite there yet. And while enforcement uses are common in California of this type, the proposed deployment of ALPR in Palo Alto is focused on parking enforcement purposes explicitly, as well as the parking occupancy data that we're trying to collect. And it also automates labor-intensive and inefficient flagging shocking processes. That's where a large bulk of the savings are immediately in our enforcement costs. Citation issuance, retention, and then alternatively, on the other side of it, citations, those respond to other city policy for retention and for follow-up processes. So basically, the citation processes all remain the same regardless of LPR. That concludes the staff presentation. These next two slides just summarize the main recommendations of the council report. We will welcome any questions.
Great, thank you. So we're going to go to the public for comment. I know people have been waiting a long time, so I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and do 2 minutes each. City Clerk, please.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Bill Ross. Aram, go ahead.
So, you know, efficiency is one thing, but upholding Fourth Amendment rights, other constitutional rights, right to privacy, really having just one or two experts from the city doesn't get it. It's like the public safety building where you ran a whole bunch of experts that were in favor of the public safety building and brought nobody on to show the problem with mass incarceration mentality of spending for new jails, new prisons everywhere. Here, you want to ask, first of all, I'm hopeful that Greg Tanaka and Pat Burt are going to look, and others are going to look at that $767,000 and say, look, let's spend that right now for safe parking. We need to work on that as a priority. This can wait. What are the error rates for this kind of a program? Again, I would have asked you, you know, if nobody's going to ask me, but to bring the ACLU to talk to you, and they'd be delighted to do it. All the things that go wrong with these programs. We always hear about how wonderful they are, but there's a lot of material out there, and I apologize, but I didn't have the time to digest that today with other things that I was doing. But you want to have a balanced conversation, guys. I know, Tom, you want efficiency on everything. You want to make things go through. I ran into judges like that all the time. Everything's got to be efficient, Mr. James. I'm sorry, you know, justice doesn't work that way, Your Honor, and I'm going to continue to ask questions for as long as it takes for me to get due process for my client. In your case, due process is us, the citizens, I should say the clients. And spending this kind of money without understanding the constitutional implications, at least having a powerful and thoughtful conversation. We've got experts at Stanford, we've got them all, ACLU, we've got them all over the place. But our city manager and our current mayor love efficiency. And I'm saying it's okay to slow down. It really is. And not put ourselves in a position where we have just one-sided conversations about the implications of such a big move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Bill Ross and then Nielsen Buchanan. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. A lot to say about this, and very mixed feelings. Actually, not very mixed. Surprise. I'd like to thank Aram and incorporate his comments by reference. He makes some extremely important points. Please listen to him. So here's where maybe I would have mixed feelings. How interesting that, and unusual and surprising that the city of Palo Alto would be awarding a contract worth almost $1 million to a company based in the town where I was born, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I wonder though, why in the world y'all are working with this particular company? Was there a public bid process? Because there wasn't one in your other biggest contracts, like the new jail and police headquarters that you just approved. Well, as it turns out, so-called Duncan Systems is owned by a company that is owned by Navient. Navient is a name you may recall. Basically, what these companies are is they're debt collection companies. And Navient just lost a huge federal lawsuit because it was actively deceiving student loan holders about their rights with their loans and their opportunities to have certain loans dismissed if they go into public service, which actually might be kind of relevant to some of you all. Navient was found as guilty of fraud and misrepresentation and having misled their customer base. In general, I've worked a lot with debt collection companies because I spent a lot of time working in the fintech sector, PayPal and other companies. Debt collection companies are not usually the most trustworthy. here we are in a situation where the police is able, and I'm almost done, able to actually withhold from the public the radio communications because they may include license plate numbers, but you want to give all of this personal data to a debt collection company that recently had to settle a huge class action lawsuit for its bad acts. Think again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan and then Hamilton Hitchings. Our final speaker this evening will be Christian Pease. Bill, go ahead.
Good evening. I have two comments. First of all, the contracting entity is a Wisconsin LLC. Why doesn't the agreement contain a provision that all the products that are purchased necessary in this amendment to fulfill the professional obligations have a situs for sales tax purpose in Palo Alto, not Milwaukee, which would be use tax? This is one of these financial practices that should be uniform in contracts. Secondly, on February 13th, 2020, the state auditor delivered to the governor an extensive analysis and audit on ALPR of Fresno PD, LAPD, the Marin and Sacramento County Sheriff's offices dealing with the privacy policies. They note extensively that there are problems in account setup and account maintenance, and go back to the legislative standard of SB 34. I don't see that integrated into the privacy analysis that's set forth here. I think that needs to be reviewed, specifically to have a risk analysis for Exhibit D for the insurance requirements that are set forth. They don't incorporate those items of possible exposure on privacy violations. The overall intent's good, but there seems to be an omission on a very thorough analysis of what is a critical problem. So one, I think there needs to be a reformation with respect to revenue recovery. And two, I think there needs to be a more vigorous analysis of the privacy policies that are set forth here. They sound good, but the state auditor, specifically notes that existing policies, unless they have implementation oversight, are deficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Nielsen Buchanan, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings and then Carol Scott. Nielsen, go ahead.
Thank you, City Council. I'm going to have to be extra quick. I've lost two wingmen during the park discussion, so I'm going to try to keep it at a very high level. I think the city manager and the Office of Transportation have missed the big picture. The elephant in the room is how are you going to manage the parking assets in the commercial zones of University Avenue and California Avenue? That's where this technology and staff talent should be directed. Before COVID came along, both commercial cores had a peak parking load problem, and that peak parking load generally occurred 10 o'clock, 10:30 to about 2:30, Monday through Friday. All other hours of every other day, was never any shortage of commercial parking, but it was a peak parking. Now that we have COVID and a recovery going on, there's lots of empty parking spaces. I think that the staff should be directing the technology and their staff resources on optimizing commercial public parking. That means all the garages, all the parking lots, and all the street faces. For the next 12 or 18 months, frankly, there's going to be very little reason to sell non-resident permits in a couple of the RPPs. Most of the RPPs have no real non-resident load. So I will support, and I do think it's best that staff gets a chance to use the technology in one RPP, and that would be the downtown RPP in the 4 neighborhoods that surround University Avenue. All the other attention should be sent to the commercial core by the Office of Transportation. I'm running out of time, but thank you very much. That's the essence of it. I am not a transportation expert, but I am an expert on every nook and cranny in my neighborhoods downtown and in Evergreen Park, and in the commercial parking in both of the downtowns. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll reconsider the direction of the Office of Transportation.
Thank you, Nielsen. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Carol Scott, and our final speaker, Christian Pease. Hamilton, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to agree with Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan, that this technology should be focused on the university downtown parking area. I just can't believe in this day and age we're still using chalking. It's so inefficient, resource intensive, so low quality way to gather data. I mean, clearly, like a license plate reader is much more efficient. There is a 96-hour data retention policy, so that's pretty short. And I think that goes a long way to addressing privacy concerns. I've actually implemented number recognition, machine learning algorithms, and I'm familiar with state of the art. And one thing AI is really good at is reading numbers. The post office does it for your mail. 99.6 is an easy percentage to achieve from a beginner machine learning person. So they can get extremely high accuracy. So I'm not concerned about the error rates. I do think this technology is good. I don't know how critical it is at this moment, because I think we're not going to have over parking for the next 6 months to a year. But I do think we should get it going on downtown. And I think we need it to be able to, the data is just so critical. So I'm glad we're moving forward. I think things like smart parking in the garages is more important. There may be a lot of things that are more important, but I think this is something the city should do sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is Carol Scott, to be followed by Christian Pease. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be very fast. LPR may be the greatest thing on the face of the earth, but the proposed uses of the LPR technology in residential areas is completely opposite of how and where this technology should be used. What is this thing the city has about maximizing parking availability in the neighborhoods when we have so far failed to manage and maximize the use of municipal garages and lots? We have asked the staff and council members why this obvious appropriate use is not being recommended first, and no one is able to give us an answer. Why are you surveilling residents and maximizing parking in residential areas when the need is elsewhere? Even if the LPR is deployed in residential areas, there is no need to measure parking occupancy in residential areas and no need to communicate parking availability. To whom would the city be communicating this availability? Those uses need to be struck. Approval of occupancy level plans in 2017 was before the new garage was built. Times are different. Neighborhoods are not commercial parking lots that are to be managed for maximum use. Further, there's no need to create and maintain an expensive surveillance database on the movements of residents and their big visitors. Enforcement alone does not require that. Although residents were included in presentations of the consumer-facing aspects of the proposed technology vendors, no residents that I know of were consulted about the proposed uses of the LPR in residential areas, the very thing we care most about. Staff portrays this as a cost-saving measures, but that is not yet so clear. The staff report estimates the annual savings to be $250,000 to $300,000, but the city has not filed an implementation plan yet. And thus, it's not clear what the real cost of managing and maintaining the surveillance database will be. What is going to happen there? We've already seen a $40,000 increment over what we thought originally. Next, the proposed database comprised of personal tracking data of resident movements has absolutely no independent oversight of its uses. Forget about hackers and leakers. What is the city going to use it for? What kind of analysis will they do? We're supposed to trust that they will do only appropriate analyses. But if the city is the only group that can access the data, they will be able to cherry pick the data and slice it and dice it to support any, quote, data-driven, quote, recommendation they wish to make. And citizens will have absolutely no ability to challenge them. If you really need to track the movements of some selected set of Palo Alto residents and get such surveillance database going, then there must be independent oversight, a commission composed of residents to oversee the city's use and to have equal access to the data and tools to do their own analysis. complete transparency is critical. I know I'm over, but I will just say, find that we still do not have a plan for the allocation of permits in the California Avenue garage. Many of the cost deficits might be removed by simply doing appropriate pricing of permits in the garages and the municipal lots. Without
Cheryl, can
knowing
you
what
sum
that
up,
is
please?
planned, we don't know what you're going to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Christian Pease. Christian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for those 2 minutes. And I think the opening of this, why do this now, is an excellent question. It's a very persuasive presentation, especially if it had been done 2 years ago. Right now, commuter traffic and parking demand remains at pandemic lows. This is really a perfect time to take a pause and deal with several important issues. Why are we starting this in the neighborhoods and not in commercial areas? How about maximizing utilization of the city-owned parking garages and lots? We haven't even decided on the question of access and use of a new $60 million garage, a $60 million fact on the ground. And how about actually enforcing existing TDM plans for underparked office buildings? Where does all that fit in here? Indeed, what is the primary objective in making this purchase now? To save money or to maximize spillover commuter parking capacity in the neighborhoods? Can anybody tell us what the total cost of ownership of this technology actually is? Or when the cost will actually turn to service savings and how that's going to be measured? Tonight, the ask is for an additional increase in the allocation for purchasing this technology. Does that bode well? And how about the privacy question? For those of us who have Palo Alto street addresses, security, oversight, transparency, who's going to have the responsibilities and the powers for these things? In this report, it all appears to accrue to a single entity, the city manager's staff. Now tell me if that's a best practice. Most curious of all is why the creation and vetting of a substantive implementation plan for parking management in Palo Alto, objectives, measures, controls, costs, and benefits, why does that come after the commitment of this purchase? This seems backward, piecemeal, and a recipe for missteps, errors, lost opportunities, and disappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. Let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Ku.
I guess I'll start. I guess, so the general public has quite a few questions that they asked. I think so it brings me to ask, did staff engage with any of the residents in the downtown RPP or in any of the RPPs that we have right now?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Ku. Yes, staff has engaged with residents over the years on this this issue, and just noting that really this is something that we thought was going to be more of a long-term or an improvement that was going to take a little longer, and this was really something that became a strategy that we thought would be would provide a significant general fund savings, and so it really became more of a pressing issue in the budgeting process. But yes, I mean, through the Dixon study, there was engagement on this plan, including council meetings and PTC meetings and other stakeholder groups, et cetera, which included LPR as a consideration. And there's been other discussions of LPR throughout several years. And just noting that this dates back to previously when I was working as the parking manager.
I guess also trying to understand, so yes, the LPR subject was discussed on how to ensure gathering the data, but then how it was going to be done. For example, in this here, why are we looking at neighborhoods first? Because I thought the objective was to decrease the number of permits that are going to be sold in the neighborhoods and have them go into the garage. So why is the focus looking at the neighborhoods versus looking at the garages or the city lots where parking should be at.
Right. So I first want to say that I think those are two different items, because really using LPR in the RPP neighborhoods is actually a strategy for understanding what is occurring in the neighborhoods, because regardless of whether we sell permits, employee permits in the neighborhoods, we could still have employees parking there. So really having an efficient and effective enforcement system, which is actually monitoring whether somebody's moving their car every few hours or parking exceeding their parking time. Maybe they figured out that they can park in a certain area of a street and that it's not going to be enforced between certain hours or whatever it is. Having an efficient parking enforcement system helps us to determine that, and also helps us to make decisions about how we can, better help to manage the intrusion that occurs. So having the data about how much parking intrusion is happening on a specific street even gives us that information.
I think.
To that second issue, I don't want to waste your time too much, but the complexities of enforcement in the color zones, the different time limitations, the garages and lots, all of the different rules in the commercial zones makes it a bit more complicated. So it will take a little more work. And frankly, we expect that there will be a meet and confer that's required to implement this. Just noting that in the RPP zones, which are the zones we mentioned specifically tonight, we have a contract for enforcement, which is the contract that we currently have with Serco to do our enforcement. The other zones are done through the police department by CSOs, or technically parking enforcement officers. And I don't know if city manager wants to add on to that at all.
I think that's an accurate description of the situation. Happy to elaborate if needed. Councilmember.
Thank you. So I just wanted to also add before my time runs out is that, I think that also for a lot of the residents who are in the RPP, they would actually feel a lot more comfortable and a lot more have more trust when they're understanding that this technology is also being used in order to reduce the number of permits that is going to be sold in their neighborhoods. So before my time runs out, I wanted to get that out. And then also they did speak about oversight, independent oversight committee. So maybe in the next round, you can answer that because I see my time running out. But yeah, I'll come back. Thank you.
On that point, I think it might be helpful because it does get a bit confusing with the information about what data is tracked, to be very clear that the data that's collected through this system, the LPR system, is simply the license plates, with time and date of location. And so it's really not tracking movement of any individuals or anything perhaps more elaborate than that. When there is a citation issued, then it's also adding the vehicle ID number. But effectively, that's the only information that's collected through the system, through the enforcement activities.
Thank you.
And I'll also to add on to that, once a citation is issued, it falls into the existing process for handling a citation. And also noting that the database of customers is our existing database of customers, which is used for permit sales and purchases. So there's no new database being created.
I'll go ahead and jump in since I'm seeing hands up. So again, I think what we're hearing from the speakers is really a desire for fairness. We want to see parking enforced kind of fairly throughout the city, in the RPPs, downtown, in the parking garages. And I'm sure, I know I've encountered this technology parking in other cities and getting a thing in the mail with a picture of my license plate. It's not a joy, but you see it's just a picture of the plate and nothing else. But I do want to push back a little bit and having worked at Google, this is a big issue that and the city manager is correct, it's the license plate plus time and date and location. And when you add those other data fields in, it becomes personally identifiable information. And I think people want to hear that we're treating it seriously and securely. And that, you know, if your car is parked somewhere that you may not want other people to know for whatever reason, and the city were to leak that, or one of our vendors were to leak that, that is personally identifiable information. So I think we need to treat that, you know, very seriously. And part of that is this surveillance ordinance the city passed. We worked with the ACLU on that, and we tried to make sure we were ahead on that issue. And so really talking about, you know, either the data was encrypted while it's being transferred through the protocols you guys mentioned, but I'd love to see it be encrypted while it's being stored. And I'd love to see us be more specific in terms of people that have access. You know, when we say the transportation department, I know it's a small department, but does everybody need access to the entire department, or can we be more specific? And again, I'm saying this more generally as we look at future contracts. Then the flip side comes true, and I got a bunch of emails on this as well, is that once the data is anonymized into this massive data, then I think people are asking for the opposite. They would like that data to be public. And, you know, if we have numbers on how many business permits are being parked in residence, and that's all, you know, kind of that level of information during times of day or whatever. You know, we've had groups of residents go out and manually collect this kind of data. So is there any plan to make that data available on the website through our open data program?
Thanks. It looks like Nate wanted to jump in, but I beat him to it just by a second there. But just wanted to note transportation staff regarding access to the data. I think that we're really looking at the parking staff, which is two people. It's our parking operations lead, our parking manager, who's here, Nate Baird, and possibly myself. And I think that's it. That's really the limit. Yeah. So it is a small department, but really even smaller than the Office of Transportation is the parking staff. And then second to that other point.
If I could just jump in, I'd love to see the staff report say that it's going to be 3 people, you know.
So. Yeah, understood. I think we didn't want to limit the positions, as you know, it's possible that the positions change as they have changed. And for instance, Nate's position did not exist just a little over a year ago. So things have changed. But understood. But I just want to mention regarding the data that we are going to be collecting, the parking availability data, we envision that as being completely transparent with the public. That's actually a key feature that we hope to gain from this, is the ability not to, as one member of the public suggested, to modify the data and present what we want, but to provide the data in a completely transparent manner so members of the public can look at that and draw conclusions or let us know if we're missing something.
Yeah. So if we can make that happen and put it again up on our website very transparently, I think that will go a long way. The other thing, I'm only getting through like half of my questions. I really want to make sure this is about efficiency and not kind of revenue generation. I don't want to be in a situation where a vendor is pushing to catch people that are 2 seconds over, you know, to maximize their revenue. And I was a little confused in the contract. So, you know, we had these annual costs that are called out. But then on like a packet page, like 196, 197, there's these like per citation fees and things. Are we going to be paying those, or can you guys talk a little bit? Are we totally fixed costs per year, or is there a variable cost here? Did that make sense?
It does. I'm not sure, Nate, if you have the answer to this offhand. The way I understand it is that we have our estimates of how many citations we'll issue per year based on previous practice. So there's not really, and the way we approached our budget, which is a little bit difficult, was estimating that we would have similar citations in the future. So we didn't anticipate that this would be a money driver for the city, or for the citation specifically would be a money driver for either now noting there are 2 different vendors. The one that's issuing the citations is not the same vendor as the one that's actually printing the citations and handling all those in the system. So there is that separation there. But our estimates for citations are based on how many citations we typically issue, not based on any estimate that we're going to catch somebody that's 2 seconds over. Although it's possible that with a more efficient system, we will catch somebody who's 10 minutes over, where I know that personally I've parked 10 minutes over, and I've done that a few times and I've gotten a citation before as well. But just to say that, that we are missing people that are reparking. We know that is happening today. We hear that from people that they are reparking intentionally.
So just so council's clear, so this is kind of a variable priced contract, and you guys just estimated what it would be annually. Is that right?
Well, we focus the cost on what the actual technology costs are, and have kind of sidestepped any fluctuation in the enforcement generally. So the 140 amount covers the actual devices plus a small fee for each year of the contract to maintain those devices. The maintenance cost per year is $7,500.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm out of time. So thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And I was interested in your questions. Thank you for those. So what do these devices look like? Are they on the top of a vehicle? Are they sticking out the side? Are they in there? I saw some like.
I'm going to try and pull back up the slideshow.
Yeah, see if you can make that a little bigger.
Did we lose? Oh, it's really, really small in the slideshow. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just general description. Like, does it look like LiDAR on top of a autonomous car, or does it like stick out the window?
Yeah, it looks like a small camera on top of the vehicle, just above the windshield.
Okay.
Like a small white projector kind of.
Okay, great, thanks. The reason I'm asking is people will want to know, what is that? What are they taking a photo of? So in the same way on our poles, when we say this is a traffic camera only, will there be something on the side of the vehicle that says, we're just checking license plates, or some sort of like, call us for information? Like, how are we going to reassure people? Because this will be a question we'll have.
Well, first, I'd be happy to any recommendations that you have for something to put on the side of the vehicles, but noting that these vehicles will say parking enforcement officer on the side of them.
Okay.
So I think it'll be pretty evident what they're trying to do. People typically see these and they say, oh no, I've got to go put money in the meter or whatever.
Okay. Well, you can imagine though, somebody riding their bike might be a little concerned. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And now talking a little bit about the data. Who is going to be conducting the ALPR data audit each year? Who does that? I'm on packet page 170.
Office of Transportation staff will have to compile the reports about who has accessed it. But we'll have to work with the vendors to put that together.
Okay. And is IT or the city auditor involved? I mean, like this, or not? So
I hate to call Darren to the plate here, but Darren had mentioned earlier today that that was potentially something we could look at, is having the city auditor involved. Darren, are you around by chance? But just to note that this is a really big collaboration, this, just bringing this forward here. And I just want to note that not just IT involved, legal involved, HR involved, ASD involved, the city clerk's office involved. It just speaks to how interdepartmental this whole parking enforcement and just parking issues in the city are. So, Darren.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. Yeah, we'll be working closely with the Office of Transportation and looking at, the setup and configuration and make sure it aligns with the contract. So we'll be working, as Philip said, in tandem with all the departments involved. And then my recommendation to get Kyle involved would just be a part of an audit at some later point in time.
Okay, that's helpful. That makes sense. I just think that's another example in the staff report where we can reassure ourselves and the public that, we've thought ahead and we're going to look at it from multiple angles, and we're going to have all of the people who already work on this kind of thing just make sure that it's being done correctly, because it's an understandable concern. Okay, Still a little confused about the contract. We're buying the hardware. Are we also paying the vendor these fees per permit, or sorry, did the answer make sense to someone else? Just late for me, or what?
Sorry. So yes, it is confusing, and I apologize for that. It's confusing for us even as we're trying to work through this. But
That's not all that reassuring, Mr. King.
it's been a lot of work, and that speaks to that group that I just mentioned that's been involved in this. But we're purchasing equipment, which also has a licensing fee that goes on every year that we use it. It's small. It's like $7,500 per year, but the equipment purchase is a little over 100,000. Which is why the report states 140,000, noting that the discrepancy between that number and what we estimated when we were doing the budget was just that it was an estimate. So we estimated 100,000 and it ended up being a little bit over 100,000 with a licensing fee. So that's the purchase, which is just the city will purchase that equipment, and then the vendor Serco will utilize the equipment, and then the vendor Duncan is actually where we have both our customer database, the people that purchase permits, but they also it's our permit and citation management system. So they also issue the citations. And then coming back to your question about the citations, the per fee citations, I'm sorry, I don't have that answer right in front of me, but that does not change in this addendum. Whatever.
Okay, this is so. Okay, that's helpful. This
I believe it is $1. I found it's on page 53. So the convenience fee for citation is $1 to the vendor, with an extra fee for out of state lookups.
Let me see if let me try this, and then I see that my time is up. This Exhibit C with the variable rates was already part of the contract. Right? That was the existing contract with Duncan. So the addendum is not actually related to this. It's just related to the hardware, which is going to be used by Serco. Okay, great. Thanks.
Correct.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah. So first of all, I think, the defining challenge for the city in the decades ahead is how do we continue to deliver more service at lower cost? And so innovative service models and technology got to be key to that. But in this area, security of data and privacy is a hard constraint. So let me ask this a slightly different way. Nielsen and I live in the same zone, okay, RPP zone. So if I go park in front of his house for an hour, who knows that?
So the answer is no. Well, anybody that sees you, I guess, would know that. But in regards to the LPR, the LPR is going to disregard any information because it's going to say it's going to drive by your car, it's going to collect the license plate, and it's going to say this person has not parked over the exceeded time limit. Assuming you don't have a parking permit in that zone, and it's
right. I forget to put my permit on. Okay.
It's going to delete it. So if you don't have your permit or somebody doesn't have their permit, it's going to delete it until which time it comes back and you have exceeded the parking time, and then it issues a citation. That's when the license plate number enters into the equation. Otherwise, it's all deleted. And noting that anything else is it's just it's not useful information to us.
Just to be clear,
the only thing we'll note is that there was a car parked on that street at this time, and it won't tell us what license plate or what color car or anything like that. It's just going to say a car was parked in this block.
And that permit doesn't even need to be in the car, based on the license plate that he has a permit.
Yeah, so that's a baseline assumption, but I just want to note that one of the issues that didn't necessarily come up tonight from members of the public, but one of the issues that is of concern is hang tags. And so that's something that, does not necessarily have to go away with an LPR system. So there could still be some physical permits that we use. We're just trying to reduce the use of physical permits.
Okay, I heard that actually was one of my other questions, but then I heard you say that earlier. So I think hang tags are a useful pressure valve for situations that we haven't figured out yet, at least until we sort of get all the kinks out of this. But I still want to make sure I understand this. So I'm actually presumably in your system because I have parking permits, right? And so if I go park in front of Nielsen's house, and I've been there over 2 hours. Okay. And the meter person comes back and scans my plate again, and we'll see that I've been over there 2 hours, but then we'll see I'm in the system, so I don't need a citation, presumably. So somewhere in the system must be the data that my license plate has been parked in front of Nielsen's house for 2 hours, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's when it doesn't even need to scan you the second. I mean, it probably does, but it doesn't need to scan you the second time to identify. Once it scanned you the first time, it identifies that you're parked legally, you have a permit, and you don't need to be enforced.
So does anybody in the city know that it was me? I mean, because I'm in the system, right? My name and address and phone number and so forth, right?
No, the answer is no. We won't have access to that. Really, the only time a name of any individual comes into the context of city staff is if there's an appeal filed, because an individual files that appeal, then it's tied to the license plate. Obviously, they're typically in the filing the appeal. They're providing us their name, or they have to actually. But that's the only time that a name really comes into our contact, noting that you obviously provide your name to the Duncan system when you purchase your permit and all of that.
Okay, so now let's say that I go and park in front of Nielsen's house for 2.5 hours every Monday for a month. Okay. Does the city know that, is there anybody that knows that my license plumber number 6 GNB or whatever it is was parked in Nielsen's house once a week for a month?
No, it's just going to show us data for there was a car parked on this block. And we're not going to be that specific to where exactly on the block, but we're going to say like there were 3 cars parked on this block.
Unless you got a citation every single time.
Yes.
You went to visit him. Like if you parked in a red zone every single time you visited him.
Okay.
And, potentially that citation data has the 2-year retention, but we're not interested in flags that didn't turn into a citation or a violation. So any record, it would be expunged with after that 96-hour kind of initial table setup. That's the table that we've really tried to protect quite safely and will be purged regularly.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
There's frankly no reason for myself or anybody to need to look at that for any reason whatsoever. And we will have to, report when we do access that look if we ever do for some reason.
You finished? Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, Councilmember Phil Seth, there might be a circumstance under which they would know you were parked in front of Nielsen's if Nielsen got ticked off enough after a week or 2 that he reports you.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Philip or others, could you comment on a couple of questions were raised by some members of the public? One is why we're going on using this technology for RPP right now when we don't have cars really parked in the RPP neighborhoods due to the reduced parking demand.
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, the answer is it's going to take us some time to get it started out there. I don't know, Nate, if you have an approximate start date that this would actually be rolled out on the street, but it's going to take us some time to get out there. So yeah, we anticipate that the parking demand is going to be low for a while, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't prepare for parking demand to return. And noting that we're looking to restart commercial and residential enforcement. We're working on plans for that right now. So we do anticipate that, and as we're seeing, COVID rates are dropping, vaccinations are soaring. Johnson & Johnson just announced another 20 million vaccines. I mean, I think that we could be looking at 130 million vaccinated in the next couple of months here. So not to get too far off topic, but that's all to say that business can be returning, and it might not be the same ever, frankly, but we do have to prepare for that.
And to that point, Philip, you had mentioned, I'm sorry if I missed it, the status of our neighboring cities on returning to parking enforcement?
Yeah, nearly all of our peer cities and neighboring cities have reinitiated their parking enforcement, both in RPPs and in commercial zones. So we're looking to follow that. We were nearing restarting our RPP enforcement, but got put on hold, and so had been doing some soft enforcement and then halted, and then we're looking to restart. But I think really we want to talk about restarting all of our enforcement, similar to the other cities.
So related question is, why not utilize this technology to help have more efficient and fuller use of our non-RPP commercial property and parking in garages, et cetera?
Yeah, well, I think we might have spoken to that a little bit earlier, but if I'm understanding the question correctly, the answer is, first of all, that we have some work rules, union issues that are preventing us from moving that forward immediately. That's not to say that the Office of Transportation does not wish to have that, because actually having that kind of data and efficiency would be excellent. But also the commercial zones are complicated. We've got the color zones, we've got different time limitations in different areas, the garages and lots, and so it'd be a complicated system to set up. That actually means that really the RPP provides a good time for us to trial it, to pilot it, to find out what the kinks are going to be when we get to more complicated parking areas.
I would add that there's some real value in understanding the baseline case of the residential areas right now, especially as we move, forward into an uncertain future. And our residents really are impacted by our thriving economy. We've seen that the last few years. We wouldn't have an RPP system if Palo Alto's downtown hadn't been so thriving. So what we need to do is really kind of balance encouraging a thriving. You want your commercial areas to be nearly as congested as possible, and then manage downward from there. While the RPPs are a system where we want to understand what the baseline conditions are now, and then monitor that over time, so that we can kind of really, compare our measures and what we're trying to do against, real data.
And I think part of the question has been historically this continuing underutilization of some of the downtown lots. But my last question is whether we do have in our contracts a mechanism to negotiate Palo Alto as the point of transaction for sales or use taxes. Is that part of our contracts?
Typically is, and I'll step in here, it typically is when there are purchases involved with a contract or third parties, whether it's a construction contractor or other is making purchases such as materials for construction. That's really not the case here in terms of the nature of the work. So I don't believe that would be applicable, but certainly would defer to Molly, or Kylie Nose is also, I believe, here this evening.
Okay.
Kylie, do you have anything more on that? I don't.
No, Ed has it correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel kind of like a pendulum during this discussion. I keep hearing different points that keeps bringing me back to one side or the other. And I've got a couple of things I need a little clarification on. I know there's a lot of conversation about what information is being retained for how long. My understanding, Mr. Kami, from your comments is that if a vehicle is not being cited, the information gets erased almost immediately. And all we're left with is the idea that there was a car at a particular location, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Nate, do you want to?
I think that's correct. I would say instead that what's left, or what the data that we want to keep and make public, is some number of cars in a noted area. So like number of car per block, number of car per district at a specific time. is, what we're really hoping to extract from this. We are not interested at all in, monitoring, taking over PD's responsibilities.
So I'm on page 223 of the packet under number 5, information retention. And so this is why I'm a little confused. It says that the first bullet point says license plate images and numbers collected but not cited, 96-hour maximum to determine whether a violation occurred. All others will be automatically deleted. So if you can explain that for me, the 96-hour retention for license plate images and numbers collected, but it's not being cited. What's happening there?
So essentially there's a couple different databases involved. So on one hand is the city's customer database of folks that hold permits. So that's one database that is held in the cloud and produced by Duncan, but also incorporated into the device manufacturer software services. So that gets that's one list that we're checking against. That's the only list that we're checking against. There are other lists that police departments check against that we won't be checking against. So we're only interested in whether you're a permit or not. The other kind of thing that happens is the license plate reader is just creating a list of scanned license plates that it does and then keeps for 96 hours. We keep it for 96 hours just to see if, when it comes back, whether they violated a time restriction or not. And if they're not a customer, or if they haven't violated a violation, then it's going to be expunged. So we already have our own customers' data that's protected via city policy, and it's shared with Duncan in a very specific way that protects it. The other category of data is for our non-customer folks that are parking in the city, who are allowed to park for free for 2 hours based on what the local restrictions are. If you park under the 2 hours and you don't violate, then we don't care that who you are or what your customer data. We won't have anything. All we've got is the license plate temporarily held in that 96-hour database, which is then expunged afterward. And staff is not interested in looking at that, who you are, recording any of it. We just want it to tick off a count of a vehicle and that designated zone or block for that time period that it's been there.
Okay, so that information is saved for at least that amount up to 96 hours of no citation. And and I understand staff wouldn't have that interest, but I think there's still a legitimate concern of the community that if staff wants to, can they access it? It's kind of like the same thing when people talk about my Alexa in here, and I go, well, I know people at Amazon don't want to actually listen to my conversation, but can they? I can understand people's concerns.
If I can note just really quick that 96 hours is an extremely short time for retention compared to other agencies that are using ALPR. Just to note that I don't know, Nate might have better numbers than I do, but most of the agencies that I'm aware of, 1 year is a short period to retain that type of data. So this is a really short time period for retention that's due to this surveillance policy, and frankly, us getting to learn from other agencies going through this.
Sorry.
And then you talked about one of my big concerns now is that this makes absolute sense to be using in our commercial cores. And our commercial zones, but I understand the limitations that you just mentioned, given the complexity of the commercial zones and union contracts. Do we have an idea of when we would be able, like at the earliest, when we would be able to start using this technology in those areas? Because I understand how this data is going to be helpful for RPPs, but at the same time, our whole hope is to be able to get commercial intrusion out of the residential neighborhoods. And I understand there's a lot of concern amongst residents that this is going to be used kind of back way to be able to actually increase parking there. So is there thought as far as a timeline? And if ever, will we be able to actually use this where I think it's going to have the most good, which is in the commercial zones?
So I'm not sure that I can speak to a timeline for that, but I do want to note that other items that the Office of Transportation are working on include working to reduce employee permits in the RPP zone. So that is a separate item from this that we'll be working on. Also, just want to note regarding the timeline or really the transition, because I'm not sure I can speak to the timeline, but consolidating enforcement operations in the Office of Transportation is another one of our work items. So we are working on that in the background.
Does this tool, in your mind, does this tool help get us there of being able to eliminate commercial intrusion into these residential neighborhoods?
Yes, for various reasons. Yes, because we do have issues with reparking, which are really parkers that are parking in the RPP zones that we don't have a good sense of what the real implications of are, because they are not people that are in our system. They're not purchasing permits. So they're kind of sidestepping the issue. And apart from that, frankly, if you see a vehicle coming down the street that's got vehicle recognition software, you're going to probably park more legally. So those are two tools that we have. Yeah, and then third, which Nate has been saying all night, this is the most critical, is just understanding how a street or a block or whatever is being used. So if we know, for instance, one of the speakers tonight, Nielsen Buchanan, mentioned that there's a parking issue from 10:30 to 2:30 or something like that. If we know that, we can modify our rules to really prevent that and make sure that we're effectively and efficiently handling the issues.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I don't see the timer, so I assume I'm over time.
You went over a long time ago. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, but thanks for that. That was helpful.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thanks staff for putting this together and doing some research. So I actually had a panel on this on automatic license plate reader with the ACLU, the Electronic Freedom, EFF, a bunch of residents. So I had a lot of discussion actually on this topic. One thing, I don't know if staff is aware of this, but it doesn't seem like it because I looked at the staff report, it's not referenced anywhere. But there's a Senate Bill 210 on automatic license plate readers, which says, and I don't know if it will pass or not, but it says that the data can only be retained for 24 hours. And you can't take data and start passing it on to a whole bunch of other agencies. So if you haven't looked at that, you should definitely look at that. In fact, I think I would only support this if it was compliant to some sort of strict data retention policy. And because it sounds like this data there's one form of the raw license plate reader data, and that gets stored for 96 hours. But I don't know if it's stored locally, still on the Circle enforcement vehicle. And if it is, that also needs to be deleted. So anytime it's copied, whether it's locally or in the cloud, it all needs to be deleted after 24 hours. And I think that's actually a good policy because I talked to a lot of residents about this. And a lot of people are really concerned about the privacy. So I think we should, in terms of this topic, I think we should comply even if SB 210 doesn't pass. I think we should still comply to it. The other thing about this, about SB 210 that I really like is there's a mandatory yearly audit trail. So anyone, whether it's Philip, whether it's someone that works for Philip, whether it's the Circle officer or whoever it might be, there's an audit trail that's kept for a year. And I think this should be actually reviewed by our city auditor. So that Philip's not using it to stalk Ed Chicada, for example, right? As an example, right? But basically, I think the city auditor should be able to review who has accessed this information, especially the raw information, so that it's not misused. And so I think that should be this should be part of the city auditor's work plan, and it's something that's actually in SB 210. So I think those two elements of SB 210 actually make a lot of sense, whether this thing passes or not. I mean, the SB 210 passes or not. So anyways, I think that would handle all of the privacy concerns that people have. I still think that it's good to use the data to get the data analytics, to have the aggregate data, not the raw data, so we could see where, are, people moving the cars a bunch in the parking area. So all that kind of aggregate data, I think, is really, really good to use, and we should leverage that, because that could help us use our parking resources more efficiently. So I think that's really important. I actually think this actually should be deployed at the garages and at the, as a fix at the entrances. So we know like how many permit holders are going to the garages versus the parking lots versus the neighborhoods. I think we should have them deployed in more places, not just mobile, but fixed LPRs at the entrances. I also agree that we should use this to do parking enforcement throughout the city, El Camino, downtown, everywhere, right? We get some efficiency out of that, so it's more fair, more evenly enforced. I realize there's union rules, but I think we should do that. And then there are some parts which, I am a little more hesitant on, which is, I wasn't clear with that chart, and maybe staff could bring it up, is like, how much is this actually saving? Does that include all the capital costs? I assume it does, but if staff could bring up the slides as I talk, because I'm trying to stay within a shot clock here. So if staff can bring up the slides while I'm continuing to go, I had some questions about that. The other thing is, the permits are actually relatively expensive. At least some of the residents think so. I don't know. So I don't know if some of the costs could be trickled down. Yeah. So on this slide, I wonder about like, I assume, is this including all the capital costs involved and all the variable costs involved, or is this just the capital costs or just the variable costs? I just need a quick, is variable and fixed, or is it just fixed, or is it just variable? So if someone could just answer that with those 1 or 2 words, that'd be great. I don't need a long explanation. Can someone answer?
Nate, I don't recall. Does this include the 140,000? Well, I think it's like 117,000 in the first year, and then it does. Yes, so it does include the.
Okay, so this is the fixed and variable total cost, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now the other thing is, it's $140,000 for 2 units. If you Google like cost of license plate readers, it's and the Wired is a fairly reputable journal or newspaper. It says it's like 15 to 20K. So I don't know why we're paying $70,000 per unit. It just strikes me as like crazy expensive. So I don't know, like, I would be interested in knowing, and I don't know if staff could talk about like the bidding process, but it struck me as relatively expensive. So I don't know, can staff comment on that? Why so much? Why? I mean, I looked at other places, some places even cheaper than 15.
So just to note that the price of the 140,000, which we've estimated, is for the equipment and the licensing fees and all that to use the equipment over a 5-year period, which is longer than this period shows.
No, but the 15 to 20K is the total cost you ever have to pay. It's like you get the whole thing, you get the software, you get the camera, you get everything. So why is ours 70K versus like what Wired came out, which and this article is like a couple years old, so it's even cheaper now. Like why is ours 70K versus 15 or 20K?
So I'm not sure, Nate, if you have more information about the price, but just to note that the price that we are using includes the installation in the vehicles and setting it up with the system and all of these other things that might not be factored in if you were just to go and purchase a camera. So
and
noting that it's just a camera, but it's also connecting to the service.
Were there multiple bids on this?
No. So the LPR system was not bid. It's an addendum to this contract. To the contract.
So maybe that's a problem, because maybe you've got multiple bids to be a little bit cheaper. But I mean, I just find it hard to believe that if the system is like, say, 20K, let's be generous, that the installation is like 50K. I mean, that just seems like a lot of money to me.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Philip, would you clarify? This was a competitive selection that included the option of adding LPR on to the prior scope of services. Could you confirm that?
Yes, I will confirm the LPR. However, the equipment was not included in and I'm hoping Nate can correct me if I'm incorrect, but the equipment was not included in the initial bid. It was only the services. So we needed to include the add-on of the equipment. Nate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Wait, so was equipment multiple bid or not?
The equipment was not multiple bid. The
I
equipment
think we
was
should
from.
have. And what was equipment cost versus
So,
everything else?
Yeah, so I just want to note that the bid that we received for the Duncan Solutions started a few months before I started, or was approved by council a few months before I started, and included LPR as a service as a possible option. However, did not include the equipment, the LPR equipment in the bid. So that was something that the city decided to do because it was going to be cheaper for us to purchase the equipment rather than to lease the equipment from the other vendor.
Okay, so how much is the equipment?
The equipment is, I believe, Nate, do you have the exact number? 117,000?
I negotiated away from that, but that sounds correct.
Okay, that just strikes me as way too much, and at least from what I'm seeing from on the web. Okay, that's all I had now. Thank you.
110,000. It's $55,000 per unit.
Okay, so a few more comments and I'll make a motion. One of the public speakers also spoke about the insurance, and I did see there was a liability clause for errors, omissions, and negligence. But again, when we deal with personally identifiable information, I'm used to seeing specific damages for data leakage or data misuse. And again, it may be something we want to consider adding in future contracts. Particularly not just for PII data, but when data can be combined with other data to become personally identifiable. So again, what I'm hearing, and just to summarize, is we're doing this for cost savings. I think you're hearing pretty strong interest from council that we want to get to downtown, we want to get to the garages. We understand, that again, people moving cars in the color zones, definitely a thing. So redoing those rules or simplifying them as we move LPR there would also be, I think, a benefit. Again, if the issue is union and SEIU, and hopefully maybe they're listening, I think we need to be able to adopt technology and become more efficient. And you guys have started with the RPPs because we were able to do that without this kind of union discussion. But as we go into our budget this year, I think it's only going to help our workforce if we can be more efficient, make our money go further, so that we have money to pay salaries for folks. And again, I think you also heard a concern about kind of managing neighborhood streets for optimal parking. And I saw you guys shaking your head no, that wasn't the goal, to cram as many business parkers in as possible. So again, I think if we can be transparent with the data, and again, I think it's council's goal, and I'm glad to hear you say it, to reduce business parking in neighborhoods. Now we have a single family home, we have an ADU, a JADU. We're going to have more residential parking in these neighborhoods, and I think we're going to be able to need to understand that as well. So I will go ahead and make the staff motion and see if I can get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So again, I understand a lot of concerns that we heard from the public. As I've reviewed it with staff and got to the staff report, I think the intentions are correct and the goals are correct. So, I support this, and I do hope we can get to the rest of the areas as quickly as we can throughout the city. Greg, do you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I've actually been looking at this for some time and talking to a lot of the residents and talking to Electronic Frontier Foundation, a bunch of others about this. So, but there's a couple of amendments I hope you would be willing to accept. So one of them, I think, and this is given the privacy concerns among our residents, I think we really should comply to SB 210, which says that we delete after 24 hours and that we have a yearly audit of who accessed it and for what reason. And we have that done by our city auditor. So I think, because I think otherwise, I posted a question, this LPR question on Nextdoor, and it was like that post exploded. It was by far the most contentious post we've ever done. Let's put it that way. So I think there's a lot of people who feel very concerned about this. But I think if we follow SB 210, I think a lot of people's fears would be alleviated. So I'm hoping that that's something you could consider as a hopefully friendly amendment.
Can staff comment on this?
Yeah, let me lead off. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I was not familiar with the bill, so I did look it up. It does appear to have just been introduced, so there is no legislative analysis, which would typically be the case. That would allow us to have a sense of what the Ledge Council response was to the 24-hour suggestion. I would note it does call for an annual audit of query and user searches on the database, which again, with our city auditor here, might be good to get some feedback on the potential to include that as part of the audit work plan. On the 24-hour issue, I would like to ask staff for any feedback on concerns or acceptability of 24 hours as the time limit. I will share professional perspective that I could see situations in which that might be too short to be able to ensure that we have caught the follow-up necessary to issue citations. So with that, staff, why don't you comment on viability or concerns with the 24 hours?
Thank you. Yeah, and I would just say that if Senate Bill 210, which as City Manager Ed Shikata mentioned, was just recently introduced, was passed, we would comply with it. But currently, the practice that we have set up, although it says up to 96 hours, it's really meant to be 24 hours after any violation occurs. So I think our intent is pretty close to this bill as well. Of course, we would comply with any bill that's passed, and we could strive to adjust if we think this is something that's we have more information on.
So just to be clear, it doesn't look like the bill that was introduced would intend to regulate cities. It appears to be directed at the California Highway Patrol. So not that we couldn't adopt a similar policy, but
yeah, agreed. I mean, when I posted this thing on Nextdoor, it had like 300 comments, and there were a lot of people in our city that are really, really concerned about their privacy. But when I held discussions on this topic, and we talked, they said, well, if it's deleted after 24 hours, if there's an audit trail of who accesses it, so people are accessing it for nefarious or non-official purposes, that is known, I think people's fears really were relieved. But I think if some random person in the city can look up whoever they feel like, whenever they feel like, and there's no audit trail, I think people don't feel good about that. So I think just based on my interaction with the community, and I was surprised by it was such a hot topic in terms of the privacy aspects, and some people feel super passionate about it. So I think it's going to be important for us to, while this may not actually, we actually have to do it ourselves because it may never pass and may not even apply to us. I think for the sake of our to get buy-in with the community, I think this is going to be important.
So Councilmember Tanaka, I think the audit trail is already in the contract, or is also already in there, right? It's really this question of 24 hours. And my question is, are we going to use this to enforce 72-hour parking limits as well? Maybe you see a car doesn't move for 72 hours.
I think we should. I think we should use this for everything.
So if I can, at this time, it's currently to be used for the permit parking only. However, that is a potential use in the future. Currently, that type of enforcement is not done by our contract enforcement officers. That's done by PD.
Got it. Okay.
And also to note that if it were for 72 hours, then the 24-hour purge would not.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah. No, but the thing about it is that it's unless it's needed, right? So if it's needed, then it's basically 24 hours from when it's not needed anymore. So it's not 24 hours from the time you capture it. It's 24 hours from when it's not needed for official purpose.
I think we could certainly rewrite that part of it. But I think that could be incorporated into the current.
I mean, this is just a newly introduced bill. I mean, I would be more comfortable with some language around, moving forward as is, and obviously we'll comply with state law, but we will work to shorten the time frame, over time. I'd also be concerned that the vendor says it's going to be a change or whatever, it's going to cost us money.
Okay. Well, I think what we should do, because I mean, I was surprised by that this was such a hot button issue for people. So I think as people start getting to know this, I think it's going to be an issue. So I think maybe you don't have to force it now, but I think we should we should tread pretty carefully here, right? And I think, I mean, if staff thinks they can do it, I mean, I can't see why we would not do it. And it would put people's minds at ease.
Sorry to walk all over what Nate just said, but I think we would really need to check with the vendor to determine whether it's possible. Because just noting that, as I mentioned earlier, our intent is to have it keep the data for 24 hours after any violation may have occurred. And so there's a little bit of fuzzy, numbers there, which is why it allows for up to 96 hours for it to purge it from the database. So I really would hesitate to jump ahead and say that we could set a 24-hour policy right now.
Okay.
When we're saying
How about this? How about we ask the vendor to see if they can comply to something like SB 210? How about that?
Can we just, have an intention to decrease the time over time?
Yeah, we could certainly look at that. And I think we certainly would have an intention to have the best retention policy that we can in order to protect privacy. So if at any time we can increase the or decrease the retention time, or enact anything else that would improve the privacy, then we would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned. I hear a lot of complaints about the 72-hour parking, and if we aggressively drop it at 24, and then you come back and say we can't address the 72-hour parking, then we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot.
No, it's 24 hours after it's no longer needed. So it's not 24 hours from capture.
Right. Which would be 72, 24 is 96 hours.
I know. But it's 24 hours from when it's no longer needed. That's what it is. So after, so not 96 hours from when it's no longer, it's 24 hours. That's the idea behind it.
So Greg, I don't think I'll accept this time. I think staff's heard you, and I think they'll work with the vendor to see what they can do. Was there another amendment?
Yeah. The second thing is, and I'm still not clear on this, but if there wasn't multiple bids on hardware, it just seems like we are not getting a good price on the hardware.
So I think that's the whole purpose of the amendment tonight, is because of this change. This is the major change to the contract that we're doing, is adding the hardware. The hardware is provided by the vendor, which we chose to handle all of our citations. So it's really, for us, there's a significant contract savings that we have for the existing enforcement that we have, even with the equipment cost. So what staff did is they found the ability to add without waiting until our contract expires and rebidding everything and saying, we're going to do a new bid where we include equipment. They found the opportunity to add equipment to the existing contract, which already had provisions for LPR.
For the sake of clarity, I'm sorry, Councilmember, we should also correct our terminology. This was not a bid. This was actually a request for proposals, through which the best value was selected among multiple proposals. So cost was one factor, but was not the only factor in the selection.
Okay. One last request here. How about letting the city auditor review who accessed as part of his work plan?
I mean, I think whoever makes sense. I heard the IT department was going to be involved. I don't know. Kyle, I see you're still on, or we're on. Do you want to comment?
Yes, I would say that, of course, the city auditor's office is independent and objective, and we also have the capacity to perform this sort of audit. So I'm more than open to that as a suggestion. I think we can do it. If council provides that direction to the IT department, I suppose that's an option as well. But independent and objectivity is certainly something we, rely on in our work.
Yeah, I think, Greg, it's a good idea. I just don't know that we want to mandate an annual audit of this every year. I mean, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting an annual audit because I just know that there's a lot of people in our city who are really, really passionate about this topic. And I just worried that as the word gets out and we're going to have to mitigate some of those fears that people are going to hear. I mean, you guys are on your computer right now. Go look at next door. I mean, that post was crazy. I was really surprised by how concerned people were.
If I may, my read of the policy, which is attachment C, the last couple pages of this, I believe requires an annual audit. So I believe that's incorporated within agenda item B, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, then if it is, then that's fine.
Yeah, I guess the question is that a full blown, what does that mean?
I mean, something enough that makes people in the community who are really worried about this at ease. They feel like there's not being misused.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it sounds like it's in there. Councilmember Koo, I think your hand's up.
Thank you. Mr. Kami, you mentioned that part of the data goes to, for enforcement goes to your office and the other part goes to PD. So is the collection of information, so now does PD also get involved in this? So there's more than the 2 or 3 in Office of Transportation that sees the data, right? Or did I misunderstand?
Sorry, no, there's 2 different types of parking enforcement. There's parking enforcement in most of the RPP zones, which is done by our contract enforcement officers, which is through a contract with Serco. And then there's commercial zone parking, which is done by PD. So that's just the 2 different types of citations. It could be an RPP citation in a zone that we're enforcing, which is issued by the Office of Transportation, or another type of citation that's issued by the PD, which goes through their system.
Okay, and so when Serco actually takes the picture, it goes directly to Office of Transportation. It doesn't go to Duncan or somebody?
No, we actually don't. We actually do not see anything unless somebody appeals a citation. Otherwise, all the Office of Transportation is getting is parking data that says how many cars parked in a block or a street or an area, or a percentage of parking utilization that's used in an area. That's really what the Office of Transportation will see on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. So I wanted to ask, thank you for that, Mr. Kami. I wanted to ask if the maker and the seconder would consider a friendly amendment. It's going to be for item number B. And the last, just to continue, and related parking data analysis with the intention or with the purpose to reduce with the purpose of reducing our RPP permits issued in the neighborhoods.
You mean business?
Business, yes, business permits. Thank you for adding that. With the purpose. I know that you did say that, Mr. Kami, that it is in another program for the reduction of the RPP business permits. But I think, with this here, this LPR it's doing the tracking in the neighborhoods. So I think that we should also have that purpose in there too.
I'm okay with this because I think it is the intent, but staff speak up if there's an issue.
I think just for the sake of clarification, these are, I think, called employee permits, not business permits, and Philip can confirm that, and along with any issues you see.
Employee permits then.
Yes, I would confirm that is employee RPP employee permits.
Okay, thank you.
Are you okay with that, Greg?
Well, my only concern is, tonight we're talking about technology and license plate readers, right? And so this is not really agendized. I don't think members of the business community even know that we're thinking about this. And so I feel a little bit uncomfortable putting something like this in unless we actually have this agendized and, people of the business community know that this was contemplated, because this is kind of like it's not to say it's not a good idea. It's just, I don't think I don't know if we have people who may not like this idea here to also talk about it. And I think that's something that we need to have, just to be fair.
I
maybe
have to agree with that. if I might, Councilmember, as to how this item was noticed, this really was for the purpose of a technology purchase, not for a policy change with respect to the RPP permits.
But that has been a standing purpose of the RPP, was to consistently look at it in order to reduce the number of employee permits being issued, and for them to be redirected to the garages and to other parking. It's not really, so the purpose of the RPP and intent from the very beginning was to reduce.
Yeah, so I agree. It wasn't a policy change, and again, it came up tonight during the discussion, but you know, this is more on the technology. So I just wanted to make it clear, though, that this is our stated policy, I believe. So
Well,
that's why.
Sorry, if I might, just to explain my comment there, it was really from the perspective of a noticing issue, and again, acknowledging the way this item was noticed this evening. I would note that, and fully acknowledging what Councilmember Koo stated in terms of the intent of RPP in general is to minimize or reduce impacts of commercial spillover parking in the residential area. As the council knows, we have a work plan of 30 some odd action items that pursue that goal. So I do think that we have another time and place for the specifics of that to come back.
Okay. That sounds like there wasn't, both of us didn't accept that.
Well, then I would like to see if I could get unfriendly then.
Okay, so the unfriendly amendment needs a second.
I'll second. Yeah, if I could suggest, I think the intent of the motion is not to actually create or take a policy action, but merely to refer to the prior policy. So maybe if a few words were added with the purpose of reducing RPP permits issued in the neighborhoods as previously directed by council.
Thank you, Ms. Stump.
Consistent with previous council direction or something like that.
Thank you, Ms. Stump.
Okay, so, you know, council members, it's 11:30. Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to this amendment?
No, I spoke to it
I would accept it like that. So if it's just consistent with previous council's this direction, that's fine, right?
Okay, so it's accepted as a friendly amendment.
Thank you both.
Is that it? So, Councilmember Filseth?
Well, so I'll be pretty brief here because I think we're moving towards closure here. But I concur with Councilmember Tanaka that I think rolling this out and using it as a core technology for doing parking enforcement in the city is the direction I want to go in everywhere. Just to comment on the RPP use and so forth, I'm gonna take off my city council hat for a minute and put on my neighbor hat for a minute, which is, you know, I live in a neighborhood that was one of the most before the RPPs. I live in a neighborhood. My neighborhood was one of the most heavily impacted by commercial parking intrusion into neighborhoods in the whole city. Okay, and until we had enforcement, you know, that's the way it was. And then after we had enforcement, right, the situation got much better. And so there's a lot of sort of intergalactic artificial intelligence data science going on around this. But I think as Nathan pointed out a while ago, fundamentally what this is a piece of technology that allows you to say, aha, that car over there doesn't have a permit and it's been here for more than 2 hours. And so that core exists no matter whether it's used in other neighborhoods around the city, no matter how full the garages are, no matter what other stuff is going on in the city. At its core, that car's been over there doesn't have a permit, it's been over there for over 2 hours. And as a person that lived in a neighborhood that's been heavily impacted by parking intrusion before we had that, right? I think that's really valuable with the caveat and the constraint that we got to be responsible with how the data is used. Okay, that's critical. Okay, but if that can be addressed, then yes, please bring it to my neighborhood. If some other neighborhood doesn't want it, okay, but please bring it to my neighborhood. We want it. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councilmember Cormack.
So I'm just trying to understand about the reduction of employee permits, which to me is very different from what was just being discussed, right? Is it actually council policy that we will reduce existing employee permits in the neighborhoods?
It has been, yeah.
Okay, but like when, like does staff, is that what staff understands also? Reducing existing employee permits in the neighborhoods, in all of them?
So I'll speak to a little bit of the history, I guess, is that, you know, when the RPP and specifically downtown was initially created, there was kind of a really large net that was cast, and they said, you know, we're going to issue 2,000 permits or something. And apologies, I don't have the exact numbers down, but we're going to decrease the amount of RPP employee permits that are sold over time as we figure out really what the demand is. And I think, sorry, and I muted myself. I think that's where this comes from initially, is that initial discussion. And further along the time, the amount of employee permits that have been sold have the allowances have been decreased. So repeatedly, the Office of Transportation has come to council and decreased the number of employee permits sold. And I'm speaking really specifically to the downtown zone. But also, you know, we'll be looking soon to bring an item to council to consider decreasing the amount of employee permits sold in Evergreen Park and Mayfield. So that is something that I would say is a goal, and really is a way of minimizing the parking intrusion. So I would say that's sort of a goal of the Office of Transportation, is to reduce the parking intrusion in the residential neighborhoods. So I'm not sure if there's a
okay, yeah, but that is consistent with my understanding as well, which is for downtown, there was direction, right? There was an intent at a certain point to continue bringing it down, and that stopped at a certain point, right? And we've held there for a while. But I'm not aware, and I'm not hearing that we have a policy about this in other neighborhoods. Not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just a little uncomfortable with this amendment because I don't think it actually reflects where we are, and we haven't had that big discussion that we need to have, including the connection to the garage, which we're still waiting for. So can staff help me here? Because
I can't really, I don't know that I have anything to add on the other specific RPPs other than the discussion for California Avenue and for downtown. And noting that several of the other RPPs do not have any employee permits currently in them. So really you're talking about a limited number of zones that actually have RPP employee permits.
Okay, so let me see if I can try and simplify this. Will staff take any action based on this amendment?
Well,
perhaps go ahead.
I was just going to note that this is already one of the Office of Transportation's goals. So I don't know that we necessarily feel that this is necessary for us to do anything differently. I think that we plan on using the information that we gain from this to make more informed decisions.
In a comprehensive manner, not just specific to downtown.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just add, and then I'll call the vote. Again, I think we saw a lot of emails and comments with, I think, a fear that LPR was going to drive things the other direction. So I just think reemphasizing that this has been our goal, even though it may not fit in here perfectly, I think it helps. So that's why I supported it. Okay, so we're at 11:35. I think it's time to vote on the motion. I think we're going to start with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth
Yes.
and Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Council. It was a good discussion. And we are to our final item, Councilmember comments, questions. Councilmember Ku and then Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. I wanted to remind council members to submit their edits and changes to the council procedures and protocol handbook. We're almost about a week away, so that we can discuss it at Policy and Services. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Would the clerk allow me to share my screen for just a moment, please? See if that can happen. Okay.
You should just be able to do share and be able to share it.
Yeah, it's not really working. It's giving me error. No, anyway, I'll just go ahead and read it off. Today there was a joint recycled water committee meeting. So that was with Valley Water and Mountain View and East Palo Alto. And I just wanted to share with my colleagues and the public that Valley Water is working with us to obtain access to the Los Altos treatment plant. They're beginning the preliminary environmental and geotechnical work, including the pipeline, and working with us on CEQA and the notice of preparation. And the reason that's important is they'll be doing outreach to our community and local stakeholders. They're also working on the discharge permits for the reverse osmosis concentrate. So this is the beginning of a process that people are going to hear more about. I just want to make sure my colleagues and the public are aware.
Great. I have two quick ones. We sent in a letter to the federal government requesting COVID aid, supporting, I think, some proposals in Congress. And then also, I know several ad hocs. Just wanted to clarify what those were. So the first one, it's not really an ad hoc. It's really more a subcommittee of the CAO committee. I've asked Councilmember Eric Filseth to work on our council budget itself to bring a recommendation to finance for the budget discussions. So we had whacked that budget pretty hard last year, and everybody's being asked to reduce. We also have several contracts in our budget, so he's going to take a look at that. And then there's a housing element ad hoc, which will be composed of Councilmember Filseth, Stone, and myself. And then based on the discussion tonight, I'm going to think about it further and talk to the city manager to see how many additional ad hocs we should have. And there's a Coverly ad hoc and then a potential SCAP ad hoc. So I had originally suggested a Coverly one. I'm going to pull that back and follow up with you guys later after I talk to Ed a bit, and we'll see what we're going to do about the SCAP as well. Are there any other questions or comments? Great. All right. Well, thank you all very much. Meeting adjourned.